Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Test, test. Is everything working? Are we live? Hear music, hear the BGM? Alright, that seems to be working. We hear voice. Hey, there we go. Hello, guys. Welcome back. How's the BGM, by the way? Can't tell on my end how balanced it is with what I'm saying. Hello, 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 Carlos. Hello, Brayden. Hello, Svezda. Hello, Billy. Mercurius, thank you for the gifted membership. Minotauri. Minotauri? Hope you enjoy those emotes. Welcome to the club. It says barely a minute without me speaking. Names are back. Yes, they are. BGM's alright. It's okay, maybe a little lower. Alright. I think it should be, in that case, it should be fine. It's fine. Yep. Hello. Hello to you too, Roo. Oh, I have to admit, I am feeling a little, slightly dead at the moment. Another bout of insomnia last night. I really do need to get that one checked out. Good balance between BGM and voice. Thank you for telling me. Welcome in, Quiet Lurker. BGM's alright. Turns out the harassment is the Naguchi thing. Oh yeah, no, I saw that. JP person revealed recently. Looks like you have more to add to your Naguchi investigation. Yeah. I haven't had a chance to read up on what exactly has come out that is new about the recent. Is it an allegation about workplace harassment? I saw that it was from an ex-employee, but I didn't read much more than that. So I might need to catch up after the stream. Dead inside by the book? By the book reading or life? Combination of both. Porque no los dos? Mercurius, thank you for the 5. So, Chairman, how did you read the book? Google Translate? Yes. So, funny thing about the book, you can only get it in Japanese. It's only available via Japanese Amazon, which meant that after I got a copy, what I had to do was... There's probably a way more efficient way of doing this, so it might just be a skill issue on my part. But what I did was, I had to screenshot each page in Japanese, and then essentially plug them into Google Translate, and then copy the translated text over into the notes for each page as well. Now, granted, that's a bit of a fiddly process, because depending on the device that you're using when you open up Kindle, different parts of the text may be on slightly different pages. So, I started off with half of my notes on my laptop, and then I ported the other half. Well, I didn't port over, but I did the second half of the book on my PC. So, because of that, there are occasionally going to be, and I've included this in the official disclaimers before I get started in the actual body of the stream, but there are going to be occasional pages where the Japanese text that I show on screen may be slightly different. It's not going to be an exact one-to-one, because for the sake of readability, I've gone through the notes as well and taken the occasional phrase or sentence from the top or bottom of the page translation and moved it over to make the previous page or the following page a bit more readable and coherent. Because sometimes you'll get run-on sentences that go between pages, and you'll have a random phrase from the end of, the second half of a sentence all the way on a different page, and it just looks a little out of place. So, by all means, if you're watching this stream and you have, you're a native Japanese speaker, you can read Japanese text, I do recommend, if you have the money to spare, to go grab a copy of the book yourself if you want to verify what I'm saying, or even if you just read through the Japanese that I end up showing on screen, feel free to just double check that what I'm saying is accurate to what is being shown. I've done my best though, but again, I'm only working off of Google Translate. Yeah, Google Lens, pretty much. You could have had a friend OCR the whole thing to make it in doc form. That is true, but my friends they are usually quite busy with their own things, and I didn't feel like dumping an entire... I didn't want to dump a Tech Bro autobiography onto them, so that they had that to juggle as well. But, yeah. You sure the translation's accurate? I'm actually... In my experience, I think Google Translate is actually pretty decent in terms of browser endemic translators. So, I think it is... I'm fairly confident that it captures what is being said. Now, whether there are some nuances in terms of idioms or expressions, that's something else. I don't think it does a good job of capturing that, so I might have missed a few things here and there. But in general, I think the result has been pretty readable and comprehensible. Artemis, thank you for being a Footstool for 5 months. What's longer, the autobiography or today's slides? The autobiography, but not by much. The whole thing is 198 pages, and the last 5 or so are... well, 5? Somewhere between 5 and 10 of the last few pages are basically just acknowledgements of different kinds. And so it's... the whole thing would probably be around 190 in actual text. I have 125 slides, so there is a difference, but it's not that much. Sent you a message regarding translation issue, but I think it's too late now. Ah, okay. I didn't get to see it. I was a bit occupied, bit preoccupied for the last few days or so. Essence of the writing stays, slang not so much. Yeah, pretty much. I wouldn't go through what I'm about to show and expect there to be, you know, I wouldn't expect there to be a complete summary of all of the nuances in the language or anything. Abroad in Japan would disagree with Google Translate. Fair enough, but then and again, he is a pretty fluent speaker, so... 198 pages. See, that sounds like a lot, right? That sounds like a lot. But at the same time, I feel like autobiographies, at least in my experience, tend to be a little bit more lengthy than that. So I think this is actually one of the shorter ones that I've read. What's faster, reading it or listening to you summarize it? Probably summarizing it. Because reading it requires you to not stop because of boredom. I've heard good things about DeepL. Ah, okay. I might end up using that as the translator of choice going forward then. I would have used multiple software myself just to compare. Fair enough. What in the picture is that? So, you'll see why I've made that the picture for this stream. But basically, one of the recurring themes in the book, which becomes quite funny to note once you realize that it's there, is there is a very big disparity in terms of how we might see Naguchi, and I'd wager even some of the talents under Brave see Naguchi, and how he presents himself to the investors. Because I would make... After reading through the entirety of the book, I think the version of himself that he projects in his writing is... Oh, sorry. Let me rephrase that. I think the version of himself that he brings to the table when he's speaking with investors is a lot closer to the way that he presents himself in the book than the way that the public or some of the talents working under his various companies' branches might perceive him. So, yeah. DeepL is HoloLive Super Chatter approved. Also, this book will be glazing the man too hard. Okay, yeah, so one thing I do want to sort of preface this stream with is this is a pretty obvious thing, but just keep in the back of your mind that this is Naguchi's autobiography. So everything that he talks about is automatically going to be filtered through his perspective, his framing, etc., etc., designed to make him look a bit more favorable, and all of that stuff. So occasionally he will be describing an event that occurred, some sort of internal workings of the company, or how some of the prior controversies went down behind the scenes. And as you're processing the information that he's presenting, just make sure to maintain a level of skepticism in terms of how he frames his own involvement in things. Because in terms of information that has been made publicly available, this is a source that does not have a lot of corroborating information out there, but there is some. So I've done my best to include little tidbits of info besides just what he's written on the page. But there are going to be things where occasionally might be a little questionable. Yeah, there is totally going to be bias and absolutely going to be... Yeah, Rui, exactly. He is going to be glazing himself quite a bit. To be fair, who wouldn't glaze themselves in their autobiography? That's true, that's true. Am I gonna crash out like I did in the Brave Group stream? I think, like I said in the announcement tweet, right? There isn't a lot of new information that has been presented in the book. A lot of it is simply confirming things that have either been publicly disclosed, albeit unclearly, or something that has already been speculated upon by us or various other people observing the way that Brave Group ran things / is running things. However, there are sections of this book that I suspect may cause a few facepalm moments among you guys. So, yeah. Kinda. This is totally... yeah. Any thoughts about the wording of Nodoka? I think the Nodoka thing is... I don't think it's that big of a deal, because she's, albeit a very public member of staff, relatively speaking, but she is still staff. And 4 years is a long time to be staying at the same company. And the way that she worded that, the thing that she said about how she put off chasing a dream before joining Hollow, and now she's sort of found the confidence to give it another go. That does make it sound like she might be looking to try her hand at being a talent herself. And I can understand why, you know, you spend 4 years working at one of the biggest VTuber corpos in the industry. It's not inconceivable that within that same amount of time, you find it within yourself to want to give being a content creator full time another go. So, Nodoka actually has professional experience in voice acting prior to joining Hollow, so maybe she wanted to continue that career. Yeah, that's a thing too. Yeah. But either way, I don't think it's I don't think it's something that's really worth doom posting about. Funless, thank you for the 5. Today we find out if the Brave CEO is in fact a brave CEO. Oh, there's no doubt that he's brave, right? Other adjectives though, I'd be a bit more reserved with using them to describe him. That said, hold on, let me go over to the slides. Right, there we go. The nice resume edition? Oh yeah, for sure. So, as per usual, before we begin, a few disclaimers. First, do not attempt to harass or contact any of the people or entities mentioned during this stream in any way, shape, or form. Second, all text, videos, and images shown during the stream are included for the purposes of critique and/or commentary and are thus protected under fair use. Third, All information/material shown over the course of this stream was posted and or addressed by the subjects of the stream on a public platform and or remains publicly available/traceable. Fourth, dates may be affected by time zones, so it may be off by about a day or so. And finally, if there's something on screen that's not quite legible to you, don't worry, I will probably be narrating it, likely in full, but even if I don't, as per usual, all slides from this stream, all my prior streams, and all my future streams will be uploaded to my personal Patreon, link in description, if you would like to go check out the slides for yourself so that you could download them, zoom in on them, etc. Especially high quality versions of it, so you're not just screenshotting off of the screen. Feel free to go over, sign up as a free member. Don't even need to pay any money, and you'll get access to the slides for this stream and all of my previous streams, as well as all of the streams that I do in the future. A few additional disclaimers for this stream in particular, though. My reading of Team Brave, which is the title of the book, was done via machine translation, specifically Google Translate, so I'm neither native nor a fluent Japanese speaker, so feel free to double check my relaying of Naguchi's words accordingly. Second, due to the constraints of Kindle, my translation notes may be slightly misaligned with the actual page numbers of the physical copy at certain points in the text, in case you want to compare it with a hard copy for some reason, if you have access to one. And finally, the English translation notes shown on screen will not be a one-to-one match with the Japanese text that is shown, because certain sentences or phrases were moved to prior or latter pages in favor of completing paragraphs or sentences for ease of understanding. So, what am I yammering on about? What is this entire stream framed around? Last time, as some of you will remember, when we ended up doing that stream on Brave, when we were going through the website, there was a brief moment where I brought up offhandedly that Kaito Naguchi, Brave Group's CEO, had recently published a book, recently published an autobiography. Now, at the time, I kind of waved this away as just a funny little tidbit, a ha-ha, Lamau, look at the funny CEO doing funny tech bro CEO things. And we kind of left it at that. However, your boy is autistic, so a few weeks down the line when I was looking into some other things to do with Brave, I thought to maybe check out the book in case there was some information contained within it that would be useful for getting a deeper insight, let's say, into the way that the company's run, its philosophy behind its strategy, etc., etc. And it turns out, if you go into the corporate section, you hover over that on the Brave Group website, and then it takes you to a whole page dedicated to explaining and prefacing what the book is about. If you go into the book introduction, then it takes you to this little blurb that describes what the book contains within its contents. And when I read this was when I decided that this was something I wanted to try reading. The book's title is, in English, Team Brave, Courageous Management, a symphony of innovations pioneering a brighter tomorrow. And the blurb reads, quote, VTubers, virtual YouTubers originating from Japan, have captured the world's attention as a unique cultural phenomenon. Brave Group has been proactively expanding overseas and forging its own distinct path in this industry in recent years. However, just a few years ago, the company was at the center of one of the industry's biggest scandals. Once with 100 employees, the company was reduced to just 15 employees, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. It was at this critical moment that Kaito Naguchi assumed the role of CEO. How did he lead the company from rock bottom to a remarkable turnaround? This book dives into Kaito Naguchi's passion, his professional ethos, and, above all, his focus on putting together strong teams and fostering meaningful connections. Discover the journey of Brave Group and gain insight into the business philosophy that defines Kaito Naguchi's leadership. Again, as a lot of you guys are noting, I do find it to be quite funny that this book, that is essentially predicated on Kaito Naguchi reframing and explaining the biggest controversy, one of the biggest controversies in the industry, in his own words, that came out of the company, how it almost wrecked the entire thing before it had a chance to get off the ground. I do find it hilarious that the graphic he has chosen to grace the cover of this book are just a bunch of flames. However, that being said, when I read through this was something that I found quite interesting, specifically because of one bit of information. That bit about once having 100 employees, and at some point, due to the controversy, having that slowly bleed away into only, a staff roster of 15 people. Now, that was information that I do not remember seeing ever publicized elsewhere. And so, for that reason, I thought, okay, if he's thought to include a detail like that into the blurb, perhaps, the book may have some other information that has not been widely publicized or not been disclosed, so what's the harm in going to check? And my interest was piqued even further when I looked at the chapter summaries that were provided underneath this section of the webpage. And the chapters read as follows. So, in total, the book has 6 chapters. Each chapter is broken up into 4 sub-chapters, so to speak. In chapter 1, it's titled A Brave Adventure, Scandal, a Flourishing Business on the Brink. And the subchapters go as follows. The Game Club Project Controversy. A promising IP collapses overnight. Walking a financial tightrope. Scrambling for funding. And finally, a faint glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. Mercurius, thank you for the 2. Team Brave sounds like a light novel title. You're not wrong about that. And to be fair, this does have some sections that feel like they're written with that kind of vibe in mind. Lame Boy, welcome to the stream. The magic 100 employees number again. Oh yeah, no, he is... What we are about to see with Kaito Naguchi's explanation of his philosophy when it comes to managing Brave, it's nothing we haven't seen before, let's just say that. Chapter 2 is titled Betting on a Comeback, Finding Teammates to Fight Beside You, and its subchapters are as follows. Overcoming adversity through camaraderie, building meaningful connections as our foundation, open, honest, and deep communication, and the kind of people we want to work with. Chapter 3 is titled The Naguchi Way, How to Build a Strong Organization. Respecting the culture of the companies we incorporate, nurturing environments for people to thrive, adventures, empowering employees to innovate and take initiative. What truly defines a strong organization? Chapter 4, My Business Roots, Lessons Learned from Others, with subchapters titled The Veteran Who Showed Me the Path of Student Entrepreneurship. The Mentor Who Led by Example. No Matter What, I've Got Your Back. A network born from Tokyo University's Entrepreneur Society, otherwise known as Todai TNK. Chapter 5, titled Defiance, a Spirit Cultivated Since Youth, with sub-chapters titled as follows. A strong sense of self since an early age. The drive to become someone. The high school entrepreneur, and each and every experience matters. And finally, Chapter 6, titled Born from Passion and Enthusiasm, Our Vision for the Future, with subchapters titled Composing a Symphony of Innovations, a company that wholeheartedly supports its members' ambitions, going global, a grand-scale venture, and finally, an endless journey of challenge and growth. So yeah, few chapters are pretty full. You can probably tell by their titles already that a few chapters are going to be chock full of basically tech bro babble. However, that being said, the main chapters that we are going to be focusing on are going to be Chapter 1, A Brave Adventure, Scandal, Flourishing Business on the Brink. Chapter 2, Betting on a Comeback, Finding Teammates to Fight Beside You. Chapter 3, The Naguchi Way, How to Build a Strong Organization. And Chapter 6, Born from Passion and Enthusiasm, Our Vision for the Future. And the reason why I picked these 4 chapters is because those are the ones that deal explicitly with the way that Brave Group is managed. The other 2, Chapter 4 and 5, mostly deal with Naguchi's personal upbringing and personal history. And while there are certain elements that may end up bleeding over into the other chapters, for the most part he does a pretty thorough job of talking about himself quite extensively in the other chapters as well, wherever that is relevant. So I've chosen to omit these 2 purely because I want to limit the amount of self-glazing that we have to go through. However, underneath the chapter summary, you then have a brief word from the author, as well as a brief word from the publisher. Now, the word from the author reads, quote, "As our organization grows, many of our newer members are unaware of our tumultuous past. I felt it was essential for everyone, especially our new and future teammates, to understand how Brave Group came to be what it is today, with complete transparency. That's why I chose to write this book. Our journey has been far from a smooth sail, and this book reflects our resolve to never repeat the same mistakes and also serves as a reminder to always stay grounded as we move forward. I believe that it really captures the spirit and vision at the core of Brave Group. I sincerely hope that those considering joining Brave Group will take the time to read this book." Sorry, give me a second. Friends, thank you for being a Footstool for 5 months. Good evening to you too. It's it's hanging pretty well at the moment, but we're about to do a deep dive into Brave Group's CEO's autobiography. That's going to be fun. So, there's a load of non-speak, that's true. However, there is one particular sentence in that small segment from Naguchi that I want to draw attention to and maybe ask you guys to keep in the back of your mind as we go through the rest of it. Because according to Naguchi himself, the main purpose behind this book, the main thing that this book is supposed to encapsulate, and the main thing that it is supposed to achieve, is showing how Brave Group has learned from its mistakes. Specifically, in his own words, that this book reflects their resolve to never repeat the same mistakes. So, as a result, as we go through this book, as we go through his retelling of one of Brave Group's formative controversies, the Game Club controversy, that is the stated aim of this entire exercise. Showing how Brave Group has learned from the fuck-ups of the past, and showing that they are not going to be doing the same things all over again. That is the premise, at least. Now, it also includes a word from the publisher, a company by the name of Diamond Inc., and they say, quote, "From the moment that this book project started to the day that it was finally published, Mr. Naguchi continued to launch new ventures, one after another, expanding Brave Group through mergers and acquisitions and strategic partnerships with incredible energy and speed. As we worked together on this book, we had the pleasure to hear many stories, from his childhood to his route towards entrepreneurship. Time and again, we found ourselves thinking, this is what shaped him, or this explains why he cares deeply about that. Through these conversations, we felt that we got a rare glimpse into the essence of Mr. Naguchi, and this is what we wanted to capture in this book. The pace at which Brave Group has been evolving was so fast that we struggled to keep up, hence why it took longer than expected to publish this book. Laughs in brackets. However, one thing that remained constant, the unwavering spirit that animated Mr. Naguchi and Brave Group, and this is what this book is all about. We sincerely hope that you will pick it up and give it a read." Now, this book was published, I believe, on the 5th of February. And, like I said before, you can only access it, the 2nd of February. And you can only access it via Japanese Amazon. So again, if you want to get your hands on a copy to see for yourself what Naguchi's saying, then, well, make a Japanese Amazon and you should have access to it there. However, like I said before, we're going to be focusing on 4 specific chapters of the book: Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, and Chapter 6. Now, the thing about these chapters is that they rather conveniently tie into existing questions that we have had for a while about Brave Group, their prior controversies, and their current methods of operating. Chapter 1, which basically deals with rehashes the entirety of the game club controversy from a behind-the-scenes perspective, specifically from Naguchi's perspective. That does contain information that allows us to answer some of the lingering questions as to what exactly happened behind the scenes with the Game Club project to cause that much strife and to tank the company that severely. Because we know from tweets that were made by the talents at the time that there was allegations of workplace harassment, that there was mistreatment, that their working conditions were inhumane, too harsh, etc., etc. But we never had a clear picture of what exactly went down, and more importantly, who was responsible for the entire thing going as sideways as it did. With Chapter 2, which deals with the whole process of trying to bounce back from the Game Club controversy, this allows us to this gives us a little bit of insight into how Brave Group actually managed to get any funding from investors whatsoever after tanking their debut IP and their biggest IP, the one IP that they were relying on in order to actually grow and be profitable as a company. So those questions get answered in a little bit of a self-aggrandizing way, but some information is better than no information in my opinion. And then finally, Chapter 3 and 6 deal with the whole process of the underlying philosophy behind how Brave Group has been expanding outwards from Japan. And I know for a fact that, especially in the aftermath of the last stream that we did on Brave Group, there are probably a few questions that a few people have about why Brave is making the decisions that it does, why is it pursuing the strategies that it does, and what is the end goal of everything that it's doing. Now, the end goal should be pretty obvious, but again, it's always helpful when the people involved say outright directly what it is they are intending to do and why they are doing it. And that's exactly what happens in Chapter 3 and 6 when Naguchi goes through the entire thought process behind how Brave Group has been expanding outwards. Very curious, thank you for the 2. I feel nauseated already. The feeling is, I have a feeling that by the end of this stream, that feeling is going to be shared by quite a few. Potato King, welcome to the stream. I'm still not used to seeing that from people, but thank you. So, to start off with, the Game Club controversy. I want to give you guys a little bit of a refresher on how exactly that went down and why it was such a big deal, and specifically why it was such a big disaster. For those who either didn't watch the first stream that I did on the topic, or have forgotten since then, which is pretty understandable because a lot has happened in between that stream and now. So, brief recap. The Game Club, Tokyo Game Club specifically, was a channel that was launched by Brave Group that was their debut IP. 4 VTubers getting together with the premise of being a high school game club, and that was going to be their main content, right? Oh, holy. Prince of Dew, thank you for the arca. Oh, thank you so much for your generosity. Become a Footstool today and gain access to a member-only weekly to toe wiggle live cam with chair dragging noise ASMR concluded. Okay, let's not set people's expectations too high here. Oh, Uruga, haven't slept in 24 hours. I'll leave you on lecturing quietly while I sleep. Boss, have a good one. O2, boss, everybody. Thank you so much for your generosity, Prince, and I hope you have a nice rest. Just as a disclaimer, there is no toe wagging in the memberships. But, well, the emotes are pretty cool. Noxon cooked really hard with all of the ones that he's made. So if you want the chance to spam some silly pictures in chat, I highly recommend getting a membership. Scarlet McLaury, thank you for being a Footstool for 13 months. Heading for my second lap, thanks for the hard work. Thank you for being a Footstool for so long. It's so weird to see double digits next to people's membership renewals. I'm still not used to seeing that. And thank you for the 10 gifted memberships as well. Welcome to the 10 new Footstools. Hope you enjoy those emotes, and be sure to thank Scarling for gifting them as well. Alright, so in January of 2018, Game Club, the channel was made. In March of 2018, they posted their first video. A video by Yumisaki Kaide, the president of the Game Club, basically introducing herself and doing a little bit of a gameplay vid. Then, fast forward just over a year, on April 2019, this is when you had the whole Game Club controversy, which is, well, a whole sequence of events that started with the talents alleging on their personal Twitter accounts that there was ongoing workplace harassment. And now a lot of things happened over the course of that single month, but to recap, between April 1st and April 4th, multiple talents began posting to their personal Twitter accounts alleging harsh working conditions, mistreatment by superiors, and workplace harassment. On April 5th, the channel's most recent upload is swarmed with negative comments. There would be no further uploads for the next 14 days. On April 8th, Unlimited Co., which is basically what Brave Group was called at this point in time, would release a preliminary statement acknowledging the situation, in which they state that they are currently in talks with the talents in hopes of pursuing a resolution. On April 11th, Unlimited Co. then releases a follow-up statement, claiming that they've come to an agreement with the talents regarding the latter's grievances over prior working conditions, and stating that uploads would be resuming soon. And just over a week later, on April 19th, uploads then resume on the channel. And for a short while, less than a month, people would go on assuming that everything was back to normal, that this was a spat that was quite severe when it first came out, but it was something that the talents and staff had managed to work through. However, like I said, this is not an impression that would last for very long, because the very next month, all the way throughout June and July, you would have the second flare-up, basically a part 2 to this entire controversy. Except, instead of just a conflict between management and talents, this would now be an all-out war between the company and their entire audience. Because, starting from June 29th, the channel would upload a video titled Anime, Are You Still Thinking of a Catchy Title?, in which the talent behind Miria, the pink-haired female talent who was part of the quartet, appeared to have been recast. The voice had changed, there was someone different behind the model, and the audience was outraged. However, this would go unacknowledged by the company. Until July 8th, when the channel would upload another video titled Congratulations, Manga Adaptation Decided. Yumisaki will be released in a magazine, in which the talent behind Haruto, the dark-haired male member of the quartet, would it be recast as well. And from that moment on, the audience outrage became amplified even further. And people started, in protest, mass unsubscribing, not just from the Game Club channel, but from all other channels that were related to Unlimited as well. In other words, sub counts across all of their IPs began falling at once. And because of this, I assume, on July 17th, Unlimited Co. would finally release a formal statement acknowledging what they'd done. They would acknowledge that their audience felt negatively about the recast, but they attempted to justify the recasting by positing the notion of character tubers, or C-tubers, basically just cartoons that were puppeted by a voice actor instead of a talent. And as part of this statement, they also clarified that the remaining 2 members of the Game Club project would also be recast by the end of September that same year. As you can all probably predict, given how taboo the whole question of recasting a VTuber is now, audiences did not take to this very kindly, and they continued to withdraw support en masse. To give you an idea of just how many people jumped ship after all of this happened, prior to the first Game Club controversy, Unlimited's Tokyo Game Club channel was sitting at around 450,000 subscribers. Now, over the course of the first controversy, that number dipped to around 410,000. If you go and look at the channel as it exists now, albeit some of the subs probably fell off due to the sheer amount of time that has elapsed in between 2019 and today, the number of subs now sits at below 300,000. So that is a massive rate of decay. Now, because of how long ago this happened and because of the restraints of social media stat checkers when you don't pay for them, it is rather difficult to tell exactly when most of that subscriber loss happened. However, a good chunk of that, I would wager, happened during this specific part of the Game Club controversy. Wolf of Wings, thank you for being a Footstool for 13 months. New phone, who dis? Thank you for being a Footstool for that long. Over a year and 1 month. Thank you for your generosity and your continued support. Speed On, thank you for being a Footstool for 8 months. I love terrible tech bro books. Me too. They give excellent content. Ashiria, thank you for the 10 Canadians. I want to steer this way briefly, but whoever handled the casting for the game-loving Fuma Yatogami of Holostar's Uproar is a genius, given that his actor was the original VA for Haruto. Agreed. So, in wake of all of this, as you can probably guess, because of everyone withdrawing their support en masse, boycotting the channels, refusing to watch, only engaging insofar as leaving a dislike and or a negative comment, the Game Club project didn't last for very long after they recast everyone who made up the original, project. And so by December of 2020, they announced that the whole thing was shutting down. And that was apparently the end of the Game Club controversy saga. Now, in spite of all of that information that I just gave to you guys, because that is what has been disclosed, that is what is well known to the public, that is what everyone talks about when the story is retold, when the story has been retold over the years. There are still a few unanswered questions that are left over after reviewing all that brief outline of what happened. 2 questions in particular stand out. 1, what exactly happened behind the scenes to cause the talents such distress? Again, they did allege workplace harassment, power harassment specifically, to quote the talents, mistreatment, and overall hostile working conditions, but nothing concrete, nothing exact. And second, who was responsible for alienating the talents and the audience behind Unlimited Co.'s debut IP? And this contains multiple different aspects within that same question as well. Not just who's responsible for mistreating the talents, basically, who was in charge of the entire thing, who was running the show as badly as it was run, and second, who was responsible for the idea, the decision to try and pitch that CTuber idea? Because that, I would make the argument that was what really killed the channel beyond all salvation. And both of these questions, as I mentioned briefly just then, tie into the same third question, which is, who was in charge of Unlimited Co. and the Game Club project, or Game Boo for short, specifically. In order to answer the other two questions, we have to get an idea as to what Unlimited and the Game Club project's leadership structure actually looked like. And for a few clues, we can start looking at blogs, specifically some of the blogs that were floating around online while the controversy was taking place. Now, most of these blogs, pretty much all of these blogs are in Japanese, and again, all of these are machine translated, so feel free to evaluate them accordingly. However, on April 6th, so this is one day after they published their last video for 2 weeks in the wake of the controversy on the channel, whole bunch of blogs in Japan, Japanese blogs, sorry, would come out with information regarding the leadership behind the Game Club project. For example, this one saying the first one to be deleted. At present, everyone's main target of attack is Naoto Hashimoto, Chief Operating Officer of Unlimited, a gaming company. And again, this man's name, Naoto Hashimoto, this executive, presumably at Unlimited, would be blasted across the other blogs that were writing articles about the situation as well. Naoto Hashimoto, COO of the game department, was the same person in charge of the RMT company. Now, RMT is short for Real Money Trading, which is I believe that it is something that has gotten some people arrested before in Japan, because it's basically just abusing, well, I mean, it's exactly what it sounds like. Basically taking in-game currency and converting that into real money as a business venture. And finally, in this blog called Utera, in an article titled Game Club Project Officially Disbanded Due to Power Harassment, it reads, quote, "Criticism is focused on the person who runs the Game Club. The Game Club Project, operated by Unlimited Co. Limited, a game club project run by the company as official mail order site. As a result, Naoto Hashimoto, whose name is listed as the operator, has been flooded with criticism. Resolution Co. Limited, where Naoto Hashimoto used to be head of operations, is under fire for its involvement in real money trading. In addition, this company, which claims to revitalize esports in Japan, is releasing Magical Stone with the aim of converting the extremely popular game Puyo Puyo into an esport." Now, essentially, what this article is talking about was, at the same time as a person by the name of Naoto Hashimoto was being criticized and supposedly outed as the COO of Unlimited during this time of controversy, someone by the name of Naoto Hashimoto was also discovered to be running an entire company that was building a game called Puyo Puyo that was basically a ripoff of an existing game in Japan pretty popular game called Magical Stone, as well as being engaged in RMT activity. So there were sort of two lines of attack that Japanese audiences were adopting during this time when it came to dunking on these alleged officials behind the Game Club project. So, to continue, however, the use of cloned games as a means of promoting esports is also on fire in this game. Due to these dark circumstances, there are fans who believe that Mr. Hashimoto was the cause of this incident, and there is likely a lot of criticism. There has also been criticisms of Tsunesuke Uenishi, who has a close relationship with Hashimoto. Mr. Uenishi has repeatedly said things like, "Work like you're going to die," on the Twitter account Rezo, and it seems like the poor working environment was created by a fan who thought that this person was the one who created it, Basically, I think that's a little bit of a translation hiccup, which it should read something along the lines of, it seems that according to fans, this poor working environment was created by this person. It's not certain whether Uenishi is directly involved in the management of the Game Club project, but he made his Twitter account private in early April, when the uproar broke out. So essentially, what they are talking about is, allegedly, that a person by the name of Tsunesuke Uenishi was an executive behind Unlimited, and specifically a person who was directly in charge of the Game Club project. And he was tweeting some rather inflammatory things under a Twitter account, on his personal Twitter account, that operated under the nickname of Rezo. Throughout the rest of this stream, I'm going to be referring to Uenishi interchangeably between Uenishi, his last name, and Rezo, his nickname. Now, the blog that stood out the most to me was this one that was published, again on the same day as all of the others, by the name of Aries, which again detailed all of the circumstances surrounding the game club controversy, as well as attempting to provide some information regarding who the people behind the whole scandal were. And again, it hits on two recurring names, Naoto Hashimoto and Sunesuke Uenishi. Now, because of a translation quirk, Sunesuke Uenishi also translates to Kosuke Kamenishi. But just for the purposes of this stream, understand that both of those refer to the same person, a guy by the name of Rezo. Master, anything of the two? Is this Puyo Puyo the popular puzzle game series? I think it might be, although I'm not too certain about that. Puyo Puyo has my totally real life Arlie Nancha. It might be a different Puyo Puyo, or it might be something, it might be an earlier iteration of the same game. I'm not too sure. I didn't look into that. So, to quote what this blog says, the Game Club project featuring popular VTubers live streaming various games. It was a popular channel with 410,000 subscribers, but there are rumors that it may be disbanding. The reason for the disbandment is said to be power harassment and bullying of the members by the company. It is said that the masterminds behind the power harassment and bullying are, quote-unquote, Rezo, also known as Kosuke Kamenishi, who created the game club, and Naoto Hashimoto, who was in charge. So, this time, we will introduce the careers and facial images of Rezo, Kamenishi Kosuke, and Hashimoto Naoto. It is said that the current incident may involve Rezo, also known as Kosuke Kamenishi, who created the gaming club, and Naoto Hashimoto, who is in charge. There has been... Oh, sorry, I think I read that out twice. There's been many negative rumors about the two of them, and suspicions have arisen that they may be involved in this current incident. If you're interested in the disbanding of the game club, please also read this article. Now, when it goes into the more specific sections dedicated to either of those two executives, supposed executives, they read as follows. When it comes to Naoto Hashimoto, the blog reads, quote, Game Club's project manager. Naoto Hashimoto was the head of Resolution Inc., which developed an app called Magical Story, which was suspected of being a rip-off of Puyo Puyo. Oh, sorry. When I said that one was a rip-off of the other, I reversed those two because I might have gotten the two mixed up. There is no information about that before developing Magical Story. Naoto Hashimoto was making money through RMT for Dragon Quest X. RMT stands for Real Money Trading, which means buying and selling in-game virtual currency with real money. This became a problem because RMT is prohibited by the terms of use for most games. It turns out that Resolution Co. Ltd. was an RMT operating company. In 2015, there were arrests for RMT in Dragon Quest X, so there are some very grey areas. Because of these reasons, Naoto Hashimoto seems to have a very negative image on the internet. So to clarify, this was a member of C-Suite that supposedly had an entire scandal because he cheated in a video game. Now, as we will come to see later on, when we review the things that Naguchi shared about what things were like behind the scenes, you may very quickly come to realize, for the FaZe fans in the audience, that the executive team at Unlimited Co. was, they are everything that FaZe fans joke about Sakana being. And again, that'll make more sense as we go later on in the stream. Now, when it comes to Kosuke Uenishi, or aka Rezo, the article has a little bit of a more bare bones summary. However, it reads, quote, Rezo, also known as Kosuke Kamenishi, is the creator of the gaming club, and like Naoto Hashimoto, he does not have a very good impression online. Rezo has made some pretty radical tweets in the past, and it has been suggested that he may be involved in power harassment and bullying. Zara J. Zephyr, thank you for being a Footstool for 13 months. Holy, another year older Footstool. I'm 53 minutes late. No problem. You didn't miss too much. We still haven't gotten into the pages proper when it comes to Naguchi's autobiography. Now, a lot of these blogs have referred to inflammatory tweets that have been made by this Rezo guy. Now, what are some of the examples of these tweets? Well, one example was preserved in a tweet thread that was archived from the 5th of April. And this was basically by a user called Consume, who posted, "Here is the COO of the game club who appeared on TV 2 days ago." And, well, this was basically a small segment out of a TV show that was dedicated to showcasing various startups and, various startups and entrepreneurs that were cropping up in the Japanese business space. And this was a screenshot of the supposed COO of the game club, Naoto Hashimoto, basically plugging Game Club project, as you can see in the background on the screen behind him. However, what's also interesting about this tweet thread is that it also contained screenshots made by another user, posted by another user called Elnath, of one of the supposed Rezo tweets that pissed everyone off. Especially this one that was made in February, 24th of February, that read, quote, "Work like you're dying. Society is tough. No one will take your intentions or feelings into consideration. No one has any obligation to do so. The world is not your mother. If you don't hunt hard, your territory will be completely depleted of food. And those who are stronger than you, they are also will kick you out, and who are working hard will all be depleted. Take something with you, providence of nature." Yeah. When it comes to being accused of workplace harassment and bullying by superiors, you probably don't want tweets like this to be found on your timeline if you're an executive, for pretty obvious reasons. And so that pretty much explains why he went into protected mode during the entire controversy as well, right? You know, boo-hoo, cry harder is not exactly a very heartening message to hear from the executives when you suspect that talents are being mistreated behind the scenes. Not the first time that an executive at a VTuber company would get into hot water because they got a little too menhera on main. But this was one of the earliest examples of that being a large part of a large controversy. However, the other things that this thread also preserved are some pretty funny responses by various Japanese netizens to the whole thing at the time, featuring tweets such as by Imari, quote, "This guy is a war criminal." A meme in Japanese that I wasn't able to understand, but also another tweet by Badheaded saying, "This is the garbage." And various other colorful insults directed at the executives behind the scenes at the time. So, based off of all of these, all of this information that has been publicized through these blogs as well as through archived Twitter threads, we can piece together that at this time there were 3 main staff members who were in charge of Brave as an entire body. Naoto Hashimoto, the COO of the company, Sunesuke Rezo Uenishi, whose role is undefined as of right now, and Kaito Naguchi, the representative of the company. Now here's the funny thing. If you want to look at how Naguchi himself represents the leadership structure of the company, in hindsight, few things stand out. Mostly the fact that the other 2 are almost completely unheard of. When you go to the earliest archives of the Unlimited website, so this is starting from February of 2019, the only listed officer is Kaito Naguchi, president of the representative director. I would read that as just, president/representative director. When you go to the earliest archive of Brave Group's website under its current name, June 2020, Same sort of thing happens. When you go into the delegates, the officers, the only name listed is Kaito Naguchi. When you look at, for example, some of the interviews that he's done since then, talking about how the company was built from the ground up, when he reflects in hindsight upon where the company germinated from, again, you will see that there is a recurring pattern in that he either doesn't name who the other people involved in the leadership team were, or he outright excludes one of them as well. For example, in March of 2023, Brave Group published an article titled "Continuing to Take on Challenges and Standing at Bat Will Lead the Growth of the Company and Business." Representative Director Naguchi talks about the mission of the Brave Group and what he wants from his future colleagues. And after the first question that asks, him to introduce himself, at the very end, he has a small section that reads, quote, "Regarding my involvement with Brave Group. After I sold my previous company," this was basically before he took over as CEO of Brave Group, he also ran a company called Vapes, which was a picture sharing, so basically a kind of a social media app where people would share pictures of their pets with one another. And after he sold that company off, there was a period where I was active as an angel investor myself, and I supported various startups. The company was co-founded by the previous president and myself, and we made a solid investment. This company is the predecessor of Brave Group. And then, with the third question, I believe, in this interview, where they ask they ask him to relay his thoughts on the company's founding and becoming representative director, Naguchi answers, quote, "The predecessor company of Brave Group was working very hard as a startup that delivered content unique to Japan, but there were major difficulties and twists and turns in business operations, and it was decided that the company would go bankrupt or be rebuilt. I decided to become our representative director in 2020. When he co-founded and started investing in our company, he had the desire, When I co-founded and started investing in the company, I had a desire to, quote, create a large-scale business for people all over the world with an advantage in Japan, end quote, and the predecessor of Brave Group. The areas operated by the company overlapped, and when I became the representatives, I felt a deep desire to give back to the members who had overcome difficulties together. At that time, we changed our company to Brave Group Co. Limited." And so, based off of all of this, we can piece together that it seems like Naguchi's role was not just a representative. He was also an angel investor and a co-founder in the company. But again, there's still one member whose role is kind of ambiguous. Who, or I should say what, was Sunesuke Rezo Uenishi to the Game Club project and to Unlimited Co. And to seek out the answer to that, all we need to do is go to the first few pages of Naguchi's autobiography, in which he begins talking about the way that the company was first founded. Sorry, give me a second. Cats are cute. Someone actually bought out a pet social media company? Yes. And the company that bought it out was a holding company by the name of Benessi Holdings. So, I don't know if they still have ownership over the company, but I think it's something you may be able to check if you go through archives at the very least. So, part 1 of the first chapter reads, "A sudden outbreak of trouble." Quote, "Naguchi-san, we're in trouble. After receiving the news over the phone, I headed to the Unlimited office in Gotanda at the time. The caller was Kosuke Uenishi, who was the co-representative of Unlimited. He said that a problem had occurred and he wanted to hold an emergency meeting. To be honest, at the time, I only thought maybe there was a dispute between the members. And in fact, small internal troubles were common in a venture company that had been in business for less than 2 years. On my way to the office, the notification sound of Twitter, now X, was ringing non-stop. I thought to myself, there are a lot of notifications today. So I opened it and saw a string of violent messages in my DM inbox that I couldn't believe my eyes. Unlimited should go bankrupt. Naguchi, die. Basically a bunch of people saying kiss in the DMs. And give us back our gaming club. Huh? Not understanding what had happened to cause this sudden verbal assault, I stared blankly at the screen of my smartphone. This marked the beginning of 2 turbulent years that followed before Unlimited, now Brave, found a way to make a comeback. Founded with high hopes of the first year of virtual YouTubers, Unlimited Inc., which I and Kosuke Uenishi were co-representatives of, was a company that changed its name from Virtual YouTuber Inc., which was founded in 2017. As the previous name suggests, the company was involved in the production and management of virtual YouTubers, hereinafter referred to as VTubers. It is a company that operates in Japan. Uenishi co-founded the company as CEO and I as CFO. And with that, we finally have a clarification as to what the leadership structure actually looked like when it came to Unlimited. Naoto Hashimoto, occupying the position of COO and presumably being brought into the fold later on, Sunesuke Uenishi being identified as the CEO, and Kaito Naguchi as representative, angel investor, and co-founder, as well as being CFO. And just like that, finally we have a full picture. To go on though, that still leaves the question of what exactly happened behind the scenes in order to cause all of this. And this is a question that Naguchi himself is very sensitive to in his book as well. Because when it comes to answering this question, he has an entire section dedicated to, essentially, not too long after those few opening pages, where he gives an example of what exactly was going wrong behind the scenes. Quote, literally in the blink of an eye, abusive comments with hashtags of our company name and our name flooded social media. I was helpless and watched the angry tweets continue to grow. No matter what we said, nothing reached anyone, and no one believed us. This was the start of the Game Club Project scandal that shook the VTuber industry on August 5th, 2019. Many people may remember it because it was a trending topic on Twitter worldwide. Game Club Project is a VTuber group launched by Virtual YouTuber Inc. in March of 2018. The group is a 4-member group that belongs to the gaming club at a high school in Tokyo, and their videos of gameplay, and short skits depicting a life at school were also very popular. From planning, concept, character setting, selection of illustrators, attention to detail in the visuals to script, all of it was produced by Uenishi. And here is where Naguchi starts sharing some pretty interesting tidbits behind his underlying philosophy with content creation, and specifically with VTubing. See, he then goes into a long and lengthy explanation as to who the VTubers, quote-unquote, belong to. Quote, VTubers are made by a variety of people involved in the creation of the character's visuals, the engineers who control it, and many others. However, the producer who came up with the concept from scratch is truly the creator. For Uenishi, who produced VTubers, each of the 4 members of the gaming club was like a cute child. The Game Club project was the flagship content of Unlimited. In fact, it was because of the Game Club's planning. Unlimited existed because of the Game Club's planning. It could be said that this was the birth of the company Unlimited. At the time, most VTubers on the market were individual idol-like characters, but Game Club proposed the concept of quote-unquote box equals group in the VTubing industry and turned streaming between each character, and the content was innovative. in that it allowed viewers to enjoy the quote-unquote interactions between club members, quickly achieving the highest number of monthly video views in Japan. At one point, Game Club had grown to surpass the number of video views of Kizuna Ai, who was a pioneer and overwhelmingly popular VTuber. Ah yes, it wouldn't be a Tech Bro autobiography without your little mandated bit of number monkeying. The Game Club project is the company's only source of income and a promising IP. We thought that we could solidify it and try new developments, and that was in the beginning of 2019. By spring of that year, the number of registered users had already exceeded 450,000, and the service was growing at an unprecedented rate. At an incredible pace. It was right in the middle of this that the controversy occurred. Everyone involved in the Game Club project was pushing forward with all their might to push this project, which had the company's future at stake, to the next stage. The promising IP collapsed in an instant. With almost no knowledge of VTubers, Uenishi was inspired by Kizuna Ai's video. It's always a good sign when the person who's supposedly directly in charge of your talents doesn't even understand what VTubing is that much. Quote, he submitted original plans for the Game Club project. The proposal was full of appeal and showed his genius talent. His desire to bet on the talent became a major driving force behind the co-founding of Virtual YouTuber Inc. However, the team led by Uenishi was in disarray. In order to improve the quality of the video, which was the work, he always made high demands on those around him, ordering them to redo things until he was satisfied. So the members who worked all night in the studio and office were everywhere. If you go back and look through some of the prior tweets made by the talents at this time on their personal accounts, there is one talent, I believe the talent behind either Ryo or Yumisaki Kaide herself, talking about how they were sleep deprived because they had been barred from sleeping due to working or having been instructed to work overnight. However, that wasn't the only thing that Uenishi got up to, the only thing that Uenishi did that ended up causing trouble for the talents down the line. No, because apparently, not only was he very harsh in driving them to keep redoing the same scenes over and over until his personal expectations were satisfied, but he would also basically force the talents to stay at the studio overnight with him. Because according to Kaito Naguchi, quote, the students all slept in the same room, and Uenishi himself lived there. It looked like a run-down student dormitory. This is bad. We had to hire a member who could play the role of an adult and correct the situation as soon as possible. Regarding the Game Club project's controversy, in the statement that was published on the company website in April of 2019, it is completely unforgivable that the excessive workload and disrespectful words and actions caused pain to the talents, and we sincerely regret this. I foresaw that there would eventually be conflicts in human relationships due to the unique personality of Uenishi's genius, but I bear a great responsibility for not being able to intervene. If I had been able to intervene a little earlier, I would not have caused pain to the talents. We would not have had to break up, and we would still be able to cherish and nurture the Game Club project to this day. When I think about this, I regret my incompetence at the time. Treating the talents like office workers? Yeah. Basically keeping them locked up in the basement, or the warehouse, whatever you want to call it and whatever you want to use as an analogy. However, undeniably, there is something very, very wrong if your talents are being forced to stay overnight at an office and or studio simply because the CEO of the company said so. Without additional compensation as well, by the way. And so, with that, we finally have a key and crucial detail when it comes to explaining why the situation was so fucked behind the scenes, which then leaves only one of the prior three questions. Who was responsible for alienating the talents and the audience behind Unlimited Co.'s debut IP. And this mostly refers to the whole use of C-tubing, the attempt at positing that idea, pitching that concept, and normalizing that term, all of which failed miserably. And from that entire saga, Naguchi has extracted a few key lessons. Quote, "After the first scandal, the production system of the management was fundamentally reviewed and reformed. A person in charge of general affairs and human resources such as management, seeing the chaotic situation on the ground, we continued looking for someone who could play the role of an adult to correct the situation. Always a promising sign when you don't even trust your CEO enough to refer to them as a grown adult." But in any case, sorry, give me a second. Were they the first to coin the term C-tuber? I believe so. Pretty much it was so badly received that I don't think any other company has really tried that in earnest since. Quote, "In 2019, just 1 month after the controversy, we hired Kokuki Takeda, who is currently a director of Riot Music, a virtual artist production company under the Brave Group. He was in charge of managing work content and working hours, management of talent, and even recruiting talent for new characters. This will allow Uenishi to focus solely on creative work, such as script writing and recording. It is impossible to find anyone to replace Uenishi as a creator. Also, even though his popularity has declined due to the scandal, he was once and I assume that it's cut off because it should say a great creator or something along those lines. But to continue, it was not so easy to dismiss the talent that he had created, the content that had become #1. The aim was to improve the working environment by separating Uenishi from administrative duties and streaming the company's internal structure. That should say streamlining, sorry. In June, fans were once again in uproar when a talent tweeted, 'In the end, nothing has changed. Has the bullying continued? Has the treatment improved?' At first, the talents were understanding and agreeing with the improvement plan proposed by Unlimited, but they were unable to rekindle their broken relationships, and it is extremely difficult to repair and rebuild trust. We tried to find ways to rebuild the relationship, but the gap remained large and the rift gradually widened." And then the next section is titled, "The Idea of a Character Tuber." It was around this time that Uenishi proposed the idea of character YouTuber, which would see VTubers treated in the same way as TV characters. There would be pre-created characters, and the talent would act out the character rather than expressing their own personality. Since the April incident, none of the measures that Uenishi has taken to revive the game club have produced good results. His relationship with the talents is not so good, but he is still in a bad state. Although I was worried, I decided to take one last chance on Uenishi. In the world of television, there are characters who have been active for over a century. We define the game club as C-tubers, YouTubers in which a character plays the main role. Contrary to our expectations, the change in VTuber talent was not accepted at all. Rather, it was more like a rejection reaction. Furthermore, the fact that the talent was changing without any announcement or anything rubbed the fans the wrong way. The rekindling of the controversy began in late June when the video stream of the Game Club project changed the talent. It was as if the anger inside had exploded, causing a huge uproar. The comment section of the Game Club project YouTube channel was in chaos. Huh? Did they change the talent? You think the fans won't notice if you just change the talent? Don't take it lightly.
After that happened, there was no way Unlimited could continue to exist by changing the talent. The comments were full of such comments. If the content is changed, then there is no longer the VTuber I was supporting. What have you done to me? I exploded with anger at the management, but there's no turning back now. As expected, other talents were also replaced in July. Domyoji Haruto released a video as the second talent in September. The switch between Yumisaki Kaide and Kazami Ryo has also been completed. Anger towards the management was rampant, and the second generation talents became targets of attack. It's not you, the heartless insult hurt my heart. No matter how much the management explained that Game Club Project is an IP and we are operating as a CTuber, it was not accepted. There was a culture and a definition created by the fans and the leading management companies. And leading management companies, he means Niji Sanji and Hololive. And anything other than that is not acceptable. No matter how well the organizers and planners create the characters, once they are released into the world, there is no way to guarantee their authenticity. Sorry, give me a second. Ran Cossack, how did they think that this doublespeak was going to work? Easy. They severely underestimated their audience, and they severely overplayed their hand as executives. Zufield, thank you for this. Thank you for being a member for 7 months. Oh crap! I missed the opening pages of Peen. No problem. Yes, there's still plenty to go. And the next section, he explains basically the fallout of all of this, right? What would happen in the aftermath of all of this, because he needed to take things into his own hands. And so, the way that he explained it, well, keep going. This was a controversy that they'd never faced before, on a scale that they'd never seen before, and it was an existential threat to the company, and it needed to be regarded as such. And so, one of the lessons, quote unquote, one of the lessons that Naguchi and supposedly Brave Group learned from the mistakes that were made during this time period were, quote, I had to realize that the art literally has a soul and becomes something that belongs to the person, presumably the talent playing the character, or sorry, the talent piloting the model, and to the fans. Bitter memories at Comic Market, basically Comiket. So this is basically an entire recount of Naguchi's experiences at Comiket, lining up or observing the lack of a lineup in front of the booth for Unlimited, even while queues formed in front of the booths for other companies. Quote, during this difficult time, there is one scene I will never forget. It happened when I exhibited at Comic Market 90 in the summer of 2019. Comic Market, commonly known as Comiket, is Japan's largest doujinshi sales event held twice a year. In summer and winter at Tokyo Big Sight, the festival where manga and anime fans gather. In 2019, just before COVID-19's outbreak, the event attracted over 700,000 visitors in both summer and winter. If you go to places where real people gather, you'll surely meet people who are still your fans. We exhibited high hopes, thinking that this was because of the opinions of a select few people tend to stand out more than they actually do. So basically this was their cope at the time, right? Surely if everyone's being this negative, it must be a loud minority. Nobody else, right? And well, that basically ended with Naguchi taking a glance through some of the things that people were saying about him and Uenishi on Twitter. Quote, next section is titled Otsu. However, our faint hopes were completely dashed. There were long lines at the booths of our company's rivals in the same industry, and it looked several hours just to get in. On the other hand, there was also no noticeable line at our booth, so we could stop by at any time. The contrast was stunning. As expected, it was the biggest festival in Japan. During the event, there was a huge number of tweets related to Comiket from visitors. There was slander among the Unlimited management and praise for the companies in competition to us. Quote, "I'm done running the games club. I can't trust management of the games club, but can I trust the rest of it? Unlimited should be dead. And finally, the goated, Naguchi and Uenishi are Class A war criminals." And so, just like that, we've answered all three of these questions, kind of. What exactly happened behind the scenes, and what exactly caused them their distress, combined with who was in charge of Unlimited and Game Boost specifically. And we've even gotten started a little bit on answering the question of who was responsible for alienating the talents and audiences behind Unlimited Co.'s debut IP. And, well, basically, it seems to be equally shared between Naguchi and Uenishi, at least based off of public uproar. However, once again, I want to remind you guys that the supposed premise of this text is supposed to be recording down, archiving for future reference, the mistakes that were made by earlier companies and not repeating them ever again. And so, in order to answer the question of what were these mistakes that Brave Group's book was supposedly supposed to represent and analyze, well, what were the mistakes that were made? That's the first thing that you're going to need to ask. And, well, let's just say that when it came to Unlimited Co., and more specifically the Game Club project, they had quite a list of mistakes. First, positions of authority were granted on the basis of aspirations and associations rather than any sort of inherent qualifications. In other words, there are very good reasons to believe that Uenishi did not get his position because he was a skilled content creator or because he understood how to manage content creators. It seemed to be more so that he was just around at the time and happened to co-found the company. Second, executives that neither understood nor respected VTubing subculture, while possessing far too much creative control over, and direct authority, over the talents. This is going to sound very familiar a few minutes from now. And finally, little to no oversight between executives alongside insufficient communication and rapport with talents. In other words, yes, Kaito Naguchi was there, yes, he was also a fellow executive, and yes, he did end up stepping in later. However, having more people look over one another's shoulder between the executives probably would have gone a long way towards preventing things like one executive going rogue and deciding to keep the talent imprisoned at the office so that they can keep making skits and videos to the former's satisfaction. My god, it's just like V-Shoujo. Not quite just like V-Shoujo, I would say, but there are certainly valid points of comparison, and quite a few of those. However, again, these are supposedly the mistakes that Brave Group would not be making again. They would learn from and thus prevent in future generations of their IPs and properties. Except that wasn't really true, because as we can see through the examples that were given to us earlier this year, both in the form of the Globy terminations and Lani's parting allegations as she left Brave Group US, well, it seems like the same things are happening all over again, and they've continued to happen over the course of a 6-year gap between 2019 and 2025. Because, as you will remember, during the Globy terminations, some of the things that we saw were visibly rushed termination notices, which points to the idea that whoever was making them wasn't very experienced in doing so. Alleged mistreatment from management, which is, again, the smallest similarity that you can observe between these two and, well, the talents who made up the Game Club project as well as their experiences. Third, that the people who were terminated from Globy, Sealy / Lilo Lulu, and Hobo Barbie / Squirmimi, they ended up stating that most of the friction that happened within Globy arose as a result of management, specifically upper management. One executive by the name of the alias, given the alias Tom Nook by Seeley, was claimed to have been overly restrictive and also unfamiliar with VTubing conventions, to the point where not only would he override her requests as to what she wanted her model to look like, this is Seeley by the way, but apparently they also didn't understand that VTuber lore was not actual real-life history. However, to keep going, they finally also alleged that Brave Group was engaged in multiple unethical business practices, including botting and illegal non-competes. And this was a sentiment that would be at least partially echoed by Lani, one of the managers of Idol EN, who was briefly ported over to Brave Group US when they acquired the company. And in this lengthy tweet, Lani alleges that she was the target of an alleged fabricated NDA breach, so that the executives had an excuse to let her go. Now, as to why they would do this is anybody's guess. However, regardless, when you put these two sets of allegations alongside one another, what you get is a very clear picture. That the executives in question seem to be vastly inconsistent when it comes to the quality of their management and their ability to support the others working with them. But also that they seem to be relatively inexperienced with this industry and its conventions, in addition to, as well, also just being general asses to the people around them. However, all of this being said, we can now pretty safely say that this is a scenario in which it doesn't appear like Brave has really learned anything from from this specific prior controversy. However, there is more, because when it comes to dealing with controversy, the question still remains of how the fuck did Brave Group manage to make their comeback from this low point in their careers? And so, in the careers of their executives and talents, I should say. And so when it comes to breaking down the whole problem-solving process, one of the ways in which I have sort of come up with to conceptualize it is that all problem-solving consists of two basic components: mitigation and consolidation. When it comes to mitigation, this is all about minimizing the damage caused by whatever controversy is floating around, as well as dealing with the immediate aftermath. How do you pick up the pieces? How do you even think about rebuilding when everything has been broken down and scattered, etc., etc.? And then the second part of problem solving consists of consolidation. Basically, when you rebuild and future-proof whatever the foundations of your company are, so that you are more resistant to similar scenarios happening all over again in the future. So the question becomes, how did Game Club Project, how did Unlimited handle the act of mitigating what had just gone wrong, as well as consolidate the company as it existed in the immediate aftermath and get it back to a place where it could once again be popular? Well, again, that splits off into two answers. First, when it comes to the question of how does one mitigate the damage caused by controversy, the solution was, one of the questions that crops up is, what was the immediate aftermath of the Game Boot controversy and how did Unlimited respond? And then second, how did Unlimited recover from the Game Boot controversy and what lessons, if any, were learned / what countermeasures were implemented? And we get a little bit of an insight into the answer to the first question in the next section of Naguchi's autobiography, page 33, which reads, sorry, give me a second. Do you have the quote tweet of Lani's tweet from the actress of Abi Kadabra implying that her graduation was a firing in disguise? I do remember seeing that, but I don't believe that I have that tweet on hand. And I think it was deleted, but I haven't found an archive as of yet. But that is a good point. I'm glad that you brought that one up, Hashiria. Thank you for the 5, by the way. Billy, thank you for the 5. They could have been more successful if perhaps the talents would have... Thank you for keeping the tradition alive. Quote, Oh, I can feel my eyes getting a little strained because I have a bit of a lazy eye and it keeps drifting towards my microphone filter instead of being fixed on the screen, and it's sort of causing me to go cross-eye a little bit. Sorry. Quote, after the first flare-up, I thought that if I committed myself to Unlimited, I might have another chance to become #1 in Japan. I wanted to give one more chance to the talent I believed in. What that in the seconds match a different talent ended in defeat. At the same time, the number of views for Game Club dropped significantly and revenue fell by 50%. Again, like I said in the previous stream, certain things are very effective protest when it comes to trying to discourage a VTuber company from continuing and or adopting certain practices. A boycott to this degree, making them lose half of their overall income when it came to just donations in general, that is a very, very clear message that you are sending to whatever company is the target of that sort of community action. But to go on. Although we cannot continue the business with the aim of getting it back on track, we had nothing to pay daily expenses. We naturally had to pay daily expenses. Rent, equipment, system, editing fees. The monthly expenses were about 50 million yen. Despite making huge losses each and every month, they continued to push forward with the goal of getting back on their feet, but they had already reached their limit. And he's basically talking about the people involved in the Game Club project. A venture company whose only profitable business is in flames cannot find banks or venture capitalists willing to lend money. With no other option, I borrowed money from my personal savings to help the company through the crisis and keep it afloat. In other words, Naguchi was getting quite desperate, to the point where he was now willing to dig into his own personal savings just to have enough money on hand to keep Unlimited chugging along. Sorry, give me a second. I'm dying. With no other option, I borrowed money from my personal savings to help the company get through the crisis and keep afloat. And then in the next section, he starts talking about the fallout proper, or more specifically, his response to the fallout proper. Quote, no matter how you look at it, we were in a difficult situation. But quitting the business was not an option that occurred to me. I didn't want to betray the trust of the shareholders who invested in us when we started the business, and I wanted to reward the members who stayed on. A strong feeling welled up inside me. At that moment, my resolve was solidified. I have no choice but to do it. As the representative, I will be leading the company. With the momentum of my thoughts intact, I called Uenishi. I spoke to Uenishi on the phone for about 20 minutes. I think we were in a taxi on the way to somewhere. At the time, I was in the middle of raising funds. If there was a private investor who seemed to be willing to invest even a small amount of money, I would fly anywhere, any time of the day after the phone call. We met for tea at a cafe near the Gotanda office to discuss the matter. And here's where things start to get a little serious. Quote, from now on, there are only two options. I take it on, or it goes under. If I don't do that, then I think this company will be in trouble. We had a heartfelt and honest discussion. Uenishi was very frustrated, but his lack of confidence made him look like a wild animal with its fangs removed. The rough outline of the discussion was resolved within a few days. This was because I was able to convey my sincerity and because there really was no other choice left. And so basically this was the consequence of fucking up the game club. What essentially happened was Uenishi got pushed out of his own company, and from that point onwards, after erasing Naoto Hashimoto, presumably from records as well, the only one that would be left was Kaito Naguchi, who would then end up appointing himself to being the CEO. Final page 40. So give me a second. The fuck, am I reading a light novel? I think it's pretty close, to be honest. But to go on. We urgently needed a strong project, other than the game club. But to create, we needed to spend the necessary expenses. And we had to rent an office and studio. But sales were not increased as expected. The impact of being labeled as a black company that destroyed game department was huge, just because it was a VTuber released by Unlimited. Oh boo-hoo, poor CEOs having to suffer the consequences of alienating talent and audience in one go. Some people said they wouldn't watch the videos. About a year after the fire. Sorry, I think I had a stroke reading that. Give me a second. After about a year after the fire, the company's workforce went from 100 to 80, then to 50, then finally to around 15. They closed office, then closed a second one, and cut costs wherever possible. In other words, the culling had begun. People were dropping out of the worker roster because they realized that from here, Brave Group didn't really seem to have anywhere to go. And so to continue, there was no way the bank would lend me money, and I, more than anything, the speed was too fast. I had somewhere to get the money to pay next month, but I was in a bind every day. There was no one way to do it other than to use his own personal assets. The first month was 50 million yen. And the following month was another 50 million yen. And so, what kind of spot was Brave Group left in after the aftermath of that entire ordeal? Well, just like Naguchi said, they were in a tough spot, because Game Club wasn't the only IP that they had lost. As I talked about at the beginning of my previous Brave Group stream, 2021, or the transition period between 2021 and early 2022, was the year that they really did lose almost everything. Most of their IPs, ranging from Game Club Project to Coco Music, which was a talent that debuted after Game Club Project, as well as two other IPs that they had attempted to launch, Ayahina Channel and Yuika's Room, were essentially all closed, with the only one left being Aogiri High School Club. And so, when it comes to answering the question, what was the immediate aftermath of the Game Boy controversy and how did Unlimited respond? The answer is pretty simple. The immediate aftermath is they lost almost all of their business. Their reputation was tanked, and all they had going for them was whatever riz Naguchi could pull off towards the prospective investors. And how did they respond? It seems that they attempted to reform the workplace conditions, but whether they managed to actually succeed, well, that's pretty obvious based off of the controversy that happened with Globy earlier this year. But again, the second question that we have yet to answer consists of how did Unlimited manage to recover from the game club controversy, and what lessons, if any, were learned, / what countermeasures were implemented as a result of, well, this entire ordeal. And, well, in terms of answering the question of how did they recover, all of us know the answer to that. In June of 2022, somehow Brave Group managed to get its hand on additional $10 million USD, 10 million USD in funding, and they used that 10 million USD combined with 8 million USD that they'd previously obtained during Series C of funding from investors. They used those funds in order to buy up Vispo, a very popular, to this day, very popular VTubing agency, big enough and popular enough to rival both Hololive and Niji-Sanji in Japan. And so, again, were it not for all of this sudden investment that they basically had chucked at them, again, millions of USD worth in investment just thrown at them constantly throughout 2022 and 2024. Without all of this funding, they wouldn't be able to rescue the company. Naguchi would not have been able to rescue the company. So again, the question is, how did they do this? How did they get all this investment that allowed them to do things like expand outwards to other countries around the world, establishing bases in Europe, the US, APAC, basically Thailand, as well as China? And how did they manage to achieve all of this growth that was so essential, so integral to luring in fresh venture capital funding? How did he do it? Well, the answer comes down to two main things: luck and, as I said just then, Riz. And I'm not joking about the latter, because according to the book, according to Naguchi's autobiography, a large portion of the investors, the private investors who got involved with Unlimited, now Brave Group, in terms of providing funding and providing investor funds, a lot of those individual private investors were only won over, not on the merits of Brave Group in terms of its company identity, its branding, its expansion strategy, whatever. No, all of those things seem to be an afterthought. The thing that won them over was apparently Naguchi himself. Quote, "A company that has been criticized on social media for power harassment has no income, but is suffering huge monthly losses on expenses alone, and cannot easily raise funds." Sorry, give me a second. Quote, "No way. Raising funds is not that easy. Venture capitalists invest in promising ventures. We can't expect even a single yen of investment money from from such a place. There is zero chance of raising money from individual investors who say, quote, we'll make a decision after looking at the company's management and financial situation, end quote. The financial statements were completely read." In other words, what he's basically saying here is, if I were to sell the company on the basis of how it was actually running, we would never, or not sell, but if I was to pitch the company based off of how things were running, I would not be able to get any investment whatsoever. Which is true, considering the pitch that he ended up going with. Quote, "During the year after the fire, we managed to raise funds every month while squeezing open the few possibilities we had and surviving. From the time of the fire to the recovery, Series A, to the time of the structuring and to the new structure and restart, Series B, fundraising occupied 90% of my mind every day." Again, classic tech bro. The possible candidates are individual investors who believe in my enthusiasm and personality, who have high expectations for the potential of the VTuber industry, and who can make their own judgments. I always ask around to see if there are people who are likely to invest, and I look for people who seem to have potential. To continue, whenever I had a request, I would use my connections to meet them, and after they decided to invest, I would worry every day about the money. I would worry every day about when the money would arrive. There we go. We were always talking about what to do with the food. Sorry, give me a second. Funds were always in a state where they were on the verge of burning through at any moment. There were many times where I begged my seniors or my clubs or my student days to borrow money temporarily. If I heard that there was an investor who would put up even a few million yen, I would fly over immediately, no matter how far away it was. Anyway, I met with various individual investors. One after another. Sometimes I met one-on-one, and sometimes I would show up at events with multiple people, but I think I met with more than 300 people a year. Holy extrovert. Sorry, give me a second. Many people decided to invest by saying, quote, if Mr. Naguchi is going to run the business, well, invest, and said the business can still continue. And again, all of this, all of the reasons why he's actually managing to get his hands on these investments does seem to be more so his IRL personality, his IRL communication with these investors, rather than any inherent benefit, merit, or well-founded underlying philosophy behind Brave Group itself as a company. However, to move on, quote, the numbers given were almost non-existent, just our hopes and dreams. The people who decided to invest in us at this time were sympathized with our enthusiasm and believed in us. They are like supporters who made the decision based on their strong will. They are really all kinds of people. They could quickly fly anywhere, from Hokkaido in the north to Kyushu in the south. I heard that there were investigators living in rural areas who were interested in cutting-edge business, so I went to meet with business people in Shizuoka and Kagawa. When I heard that a senior in the club had received investment from a wedding ceremony and had karaoke company, he introduced me to the company for a somewhat far-fetched reason, saying, quote unquote, the VTuber business and karaoke will have a high affinity. In some cases, they may have evaluated us on a basis of other than the future potential and vision of the business, saying, quote, we can do it, and made a decision based on that. Presentations, dinners, endless. I used whatever I could. My parents' house was a long-established sushi restaurant in Akibane, and once or twice a week, the restaurant was used as a venue for business dinners. Because the company was in a pinch, I even begged my father, the head chef, to lower the price to about half the usual price. It was truly a case of mobilizing the whole family. In other words, one of his methods for buttering up investors was to invite them over to his family's sushi place and then ply them with food. And it wasn't just food, because to go on, I would give a presentation during the day and have dinner at my parents' house in the evening. The next day I would give another presentation in the morning and have a dinner in another place until late at night. I came home in the morning. I kept repeating that lifestyle. Dining out helps people to relax. Drinking makes it easier to become more intimate. Taking the time to speak honestly can also help convey your commitment. And then the other person might suggest an investment amount or say, quote, "I'll introduce you to someone I know who might be interested." Again, the way to a man's heart does often prove itself to be his stomach, and that seems to be a principle that Naguchi was very capable of leveraging to his benefit. Sorry, give me a second. The next section is titled Meeting Akira Katayama. Quote, "With the help of many individual investors, we were somehow able to survive. During my fundraising journey, the first investment that had a huge impact was made by a private investor, Akira Katayama. The company was in a critical situation when it would have gone bankrupt even without investment from investors. But Katayama's investment saved it from a difficult situation. I met Katayama through an introduction from someone who had invested in us. The CEO of a certain media corporation that decided to invest 20 million yen introduced to someone at Nomura Securities who specializes in the wealthy. The person introduced me to Katayama-san. The first time we met was near the end of 2019 in the conference room at Katayama's office. I had heard from the person in charge that they had been closely watching the game club from the early days of the controversy up until the present. I heard from the person, when I first, I'm having a stroke. The lazy eye is kicking in. It was at its peak then, but it crashed like crazy, so I wondered what was going on. I'd always been really interested in what kind of managers was running it. He told me so I immediately made an appointment and went to meet him. When I first met Katayama, he seemed cool and rational. There was no small talk and he immediately got to the point. We talked about the mistakes that we had made, what we should reflect on, and how we should improve in the future to solve the problems. We also talked about the potential of the VTuber industry and our vision for the future. I told them the whole truth, shared my reflections, and spoke from their heart about my outlook for the future. Katayama-san sat comfortably in a chair in the conference room and listened to what I was saying. His calm reaction and poker-faced expression give no indication to his feelings about my presentation. After I finished the explanation, he said, give me a second. I understand very well. Would you like to go out for dinner sometime? These were hardly any questions about the presentation, and they seemed so cool that I said to him, next time, let's give another presentation at dinner. And well, that was the story of how Naguchi managed to rope in the first private investor, Akira Takayama. Food, drink, and pitching VTubers. Now, to be fair to Naguchi, this was during 2019 to 2020, when the impacts of the pandemic were still very beneficial to the whole practice of online, to the whole industry of online content. Sorry, give me a second. Is this a love story? Now, funny you should say that, Xanthropy, because there are sections later on in the book where when Naguchi describes his, shall we say, advances on other CEOs or other investors, there are occasional... Now, I'm not sure where this comes from, whether it comes from Japanese business autism or Naguchi's personal way of expressing himself, or a combination of both. But there are occasional bursts of homoeroticism littered throughout the text when he is explaining the process through which he managed to convince another business person of putting money or resources into Brave Group and or Unlimited. But, to go on, there were hardly any questions about the presentations. He seems so cool. Oh, sorry. To move on to the next portion. Now, this is where he started expanding out to grab a second investor, a second private investor, besides, what is his name, sorry? Katayama-san. What surprised me about what happened was the next time that we met at dinner. 2 days after the presentation, we had a dinner party at a Japanese restaurant in Akasaka. We were shown to a private room, and soon Katayama-san came in. As we exchanged greetings, I expressed my gratitude for him making time for me. The atmosphere seemed like a little more gentle than when we spoke in the conference room 2 days ago. I've been thinking about this for the past 2 days, too, the cool-headed Katayama began. Not even 5 minutes had passed, and since the start of the meal. I got to know Mr. Naguchi as a person, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how the company Unlimited will develop from here. Should I put 100 million? How I was so shocked that I stood up instantly. That I stood up involuntarily. Are you serious? Only the 2 days after the presentation, this is the largest amount of money we have ever raised. My eyes started to tear up. I still don't know exactly what made Katayama decide to do this. As we talked, I learned, and Katayama had researched the details of the scandal beforehand, the number of the channel subscribers, the state of the scandal, the reaction of the fans after the change of the second generation talent. Katayama had thoroughly researched every detail himself, and in our first meeting, I uncovered the whole truth. Perhaps Katayama-san was able to find the answer and gain their trust. Afterwards, in the message he sent me, I was able to see his passionate feelings. There have been many things that have happened in the past, but my team has faced those challenges, and I have high hopes for what they can achieve. In the end, we were able to secure an investment of 150 million yen. Without Mr. Katayama's investment, I would have truly died. Sorry, give me a second. Just joined this, Gabriel just joined the stream. Are you saying that Naguchi was using the pretext? Not as a pretext to write fanfic, not as a pretext to write yaoi erotica, but there are occasionally bursts where it starts to sound like that, scattered throughout the later sections of the book. Is he a Fujoshi? Who knows, perhaps. But if there are any Fujoshis in the audience, your time is coming. There is a specific section later on in the book that I think you will enjoy quite a bit. However, to go on. Quote, I had to live up to expectations. Trust from my beloved older brother, which is his term of endearment to refer to Katayama. At the end of 2019, I contacted someone I looked up to as my big brother. His name was Hideaki Fukutake. A member of the Benessi family. Basically, Benessi, like I said before, was the holding company that absorbed Naguchi's prior company, Vapes. The investor's name was Hideaki Fukutake, a member of the Benessi family who also serves as chairman of Fukutake Foundation. I met Fukutake through an introduction from a senior colleague after it was decided that vapes would join the Benessi group. Although he had no direct connection to vapes becoming a group company after they met, they often had meals together under the pretext of reporting to one another. He's like an older brother to me, and I look up to him, and we have very close friends in private. Quote, I had decided that once a positive direction for graduation began to emerge regarding the Benessi and vapes matter, I would meet in person to report to him. Now, this is basically Naguchi talking about the whole process of selling off his prior company so that he could fully concentrate on Brave Group, fully dedicate the entirety of his attention to saving Brave Group. To continue, Fukutake, who is usually based in New Zealand, managed to get some time out of his hands when he came to Tokyo. I was called by Fukutake and headed to the Benessi executive office in Shinjuku. There were only two of us in the room, myself and Fukutake-san. I explained to him again about my departure from the Benessi group. It was there that I first told him about about Unlimited and my resolve. Fukutake-san frowned a little. I don't know anything about the VTuber industry, but Naguchi-kun, you are serious about it, right? Then I have no choice but to support you. When I asked him about his work with vapes, he said, I don't know what to do with it. I'll leave it to the Naguchi, which is again, I believe I'll leave it to Naguchi. Sorry, I'm having a stroke. Basically, expressing total and complete trust in Naguchi's ability to lead this company towards, well, resurrection. Again, through nothing more than his own prior liking of Naguchi personally, his own personal friendship with Naguchi. No books, no reviewing of the documents, no seeing what the company's current state is, just going off of essentially Riz and vibes. So he trusted me and left it to me. Although he never says it out loud, he is a kind older brother who always quietly watches over and supports me. And then we get to the point where he starts talking a bit more about winning over other individual investors and explaining his methodology in a bit more detail. What does he actually say in the sales pitch that he presents to these people? Quote, when I go to individual investors to sell my business, I'm often told, quote, Mr. Naguchi, you have a Showa sales style that is rare these days. I drink alcohol at a meal and talk about my heart and soul. I sometimes drink with them until the morning and liven things up. There is a big reason why I adopted this Showa-era sales style, because at this stage of Series A, we couldn't complete with the content of the presentation sheet. Of course, we brought along a business plan, but I was convinced that those who would make a decision based on that would not be able to make the decision to invest in us. The moment due diligence was done, we were out. There was no chance of winning against a presentation sheet from a company that had caused a huge uproar, that had a terrible reputation online and was completely in the red, both its P&L and balance sheet. Now, it is quite funny that he outright comes out and says, if even one of them did due diligence, we were fucked. Like, generally speaking, I don't know if you would put this in a book that presumably your Japanese investors would probably be able to read. But it is a bold move, and I will applaud it because it does admittedly give me some pretty funny content. But to go on, if they couldn't get me to like myself, not the content of my presentation, then there was no chance of me being invested in. So I didn't know if the style I acquired was something I was forced to adopt, or if I was good at it. But I think it was mostly because I liked that kind of interaction. I liked the Showa style of interacting in the Reiwa era. Surprisingly, a lot of people gave gifts. How many people can be interested in Naguchi and say, "You're interesting. I want to ride the future that Naguchi talks about"? Again, there are occasional phrases that sound like such they sound like innuendos, even if they're not intended that way. But to go on. This is where I can show my skills, and if I can't do that, then there's no point in being the leader of Brave Group. But in reality, even with the investors we narrowed down to those we thought had potential, only 4 or 5 had 100 actually invested in us. No matter how much time we had to go around to investors, it was never enough. I kept talking about the future of the VTubing industry. The fact that this was a market with such huge potential that is not a winner-takes-all situation is a testament to the fact that it's something I've been thinking about since I started virtual YouTubing. Shueisha, Kodansha, Shogakukan, and Diamond Inc., which published this book. Just as there were many other large, medium, and small publishers coexisting in the world, there is enough potential for multiple large publishers to exist. The market will definitely grow in the next future. There are many companies that are growing. Furthermore, we have a track record of being number 1 in Japan. Please believe in me and believe on me. Please believe in me and bet on me. Cheers. I've even gotten to my knees and begged. I've poured myself a glass full of strong alcohol and said, "I'm going to drink this in one go. I'm going to make a lot more money, so please invest in me." Laughs. I don't care what the means were. I was determined to raise money no matter what, even if I had to go bankrupt. And the next section is titled, "Time to Explore a New Direction." In order to keep the company afloat, they desperately needed to raise funds. At the same time, they also urgently needed to launch a business that could be profitable. In 2020, the Game Club project came to an end with its final broadcast on February 7th. It is the end of an era for Unlimited. In March of the same year, we graduated from Benesi, and in April, we began moving toward a new structure. As they prepared for the company name change and the new organizational announcement in June, the thing they were most concerned about was launching a profitable business, which was the cornerstone of their recovery. They still had no prospect of anything that could rival the Game Club as their main content. A lot of expectations riding high on Naguchi's personal reputation and rapport with the investors that had put their money towards this cause. So give me a second. Chairman, can you lean into your mic a little more and read a little slower, please? No No problem. By the way, is the audio a little soft for the rest of you guys as well? Or is the, apologies for the inconsistent speed with which I'm reading this out. I'm currently drifting in and out of being able to read what's on my screen because of the, combination of lazy eye and also being, the insomnia beginning to latch onto my brain a little bit. Is that a euphemism for giving a, the thing that you do on your knees with the mouth? You could read it that way. I can see how you would reach that conclusion, yeah. I think it's fine? Okay. And so, with all of that support from these individual investors, Brave was now in a position where they had the funding there. They were able to finish at least a portion of their pivot away from their prior controversies by buying Vispo, which was a well-known, well-liked, and very clearly successful brand, and claiming that as their own. But that pivot away from their prior controversy was not yet complete, because they still needed some form of original content that looked promising, right? Or at least prior to the point where, well, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Vispo would be a large part of why and how Brave Group was able to turn its reputation around. However, before they were even able to get Vispo, they needed some way of establishing that they were able to handle a successful company. They weren't just going to run any company that they came into contact with into the ground. Yes, they had the money, they had resources now, but they needed some way of enticing people to join forces with them, enticing other companies and those who owned those other companies to join forces with them. And the way that they would go about doing that would end up taking place in the form of reigniting their attempts at pursuing original IPs, at building up original IPs, specifically V-Singer IPs. A set of V-Singer IPs that they would refer to as Riot Music. Quote, "In such a situation, the only ray of hope that remained was Riot Music. Soon after the newcomers' debuts, the number of channel subscribers grew to hundreds of thousands. It was a promising start. Although the reaction from fans was good, the business was still in the red at first. I began to think that the only way to survive was to have a successful live event. Signs of revival seen at a live concert in Yokohama during a state of emergency. Brave Group decided to hold its very first live concert in March of 2021. However, the decision was a big struggle. The world is in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, with emergency declarations being repeatedly issued and lifted. Every day on the news, the number of infected people and the total number of cases were announced, and the government was issuing notices to refrain from going out unless it was absolutely necessary. Seeing this, I was convinced that the wind was on my side. Riot Music can do it. I was also happy that Mr. Katayama-san, who came to the venue, praised the live performance highly. Building on the success of Revolt, we moved on to the next stage. Without a doubt, our real turning point was the live performance in Yokohama by Revolt. We have withdrawn from most other businesses. We will focus our people and the money on Riot Music. Revolt was very well received. Far from being a controversy, the number of fans who supported us gradually increased. But that wasn't all. Having overcome the concert together, we were able to forge a stronger bond than ever before. It was almost a year since the new system was launched. With these people, we can grow this business to greater heights. We have finally overcome the difficulties of the past and are at the starting point of the new chapter. In other words, Riot Music was their foot in the door. Again, it proved that they were capable of building up an original IP. Now, were they able to do it consistently? That's another matter. But it was an important thing in order to establish to their investors that they weren't a totally lost cause. Oh, Alan, welcome to the stream. Lame Boy, thank you for the 5. No, it's not that. Your volume's fine. You have a you have a sexy voice. This really is great BL, so I want to recreate the experience fully. Ah, I see. So, and after that point where he describes the whole process of establishing that Brave Group is capable of being successful with the companies under its umbrella through that IRL concert with Revolt, he then describes a meeting with sorry, give me a second, let me find his name in this excerpt, with a man by the name of Hoshi. Now, Hoshi was at the time the owner of Virtual Entertainment, the company that owns Vispo, and he is currently a member of the Brave Group board, who I believe handles global affairs, and is also the CEO of Enalis, Brave Group's personal mini corpo incubation agency. And he describes his first encounters with Hoshi regarding Brave Group, his first negotiations with Hoshi regarding Brave Group, as the following, quote, Hoshi and I were friends when he started his first company. We met as entrepreneurs through a mutual friend. Something they were talking about over drinks around the time that Hoshi sold his company led to the creation of Vispo. Just when Hoshi was looking for his next business around the business topic, my game club project was growing at a rapid pace. Naguchi, have you come across any interesting business ideas recently? Said Hoshi. During the dinner, Hoshi casually mentioned this to me, which I replied without much thought. The VTuber industry is hot right now, and at the time I had a chance to talk with Takeshi Osaka, the CEO of Activate, the creator of Kizuna Eye, the world's first VTuber. The creator of Kizuna Eye, the world's first VTuber, and we got along well and talked about the future of the VTuber industry, which also had a strong influence on me. Hoshi, who had been paying close attention to the rise in esports, immediately came up with an idea for a new business: esports plus VTubers. The momentum of the star after he became interested, was remarkable. I believe that is supposed to be an idiom or saying of sorts, basically saying that this was the moment that a star was born. But to continue, Hoshi was a born entrepreneur. He is a genius who can produce projects and create businesses on his own. Quote, I've seriously decided to start a VTuber business, end quote. A VTuber company. It is in the same genre as Naguchi, end quote. But I need your help with fundraising. So this is basically from the perspective of Hoshi himself. And in response to this, Naguchi says, I accepted without hesitation. He hears from Hoshi, this friend, the CEO, this owner of a successful VTubing company, this future owner of a VTubing company, say to him, I'm going to start a VTubing business, and he instantly agrees. He encourages him to do that. Oh, give me a second. Did he really come up with that idea? Sound sus? See, that's the thing. We don't know for certain, because all of these are supposed to be interactions that happen behind the scenes, and also, again, like I said at the beginning of stream, all of this is presented exclusively through Naguchi's own perspective. So it is possible that he may have embellished or given himself a bit more credit for certain things that were other people's ideas. However, to go on, in this particular case, well, regardless of whose idea it started off, the two would eventually end up converging. I felt excited at the prospect of another new IP being born in this industry, and simply put, I couldn't be happier if my skills could help a friend. The enthusiasm of the audience touched the hearts of the stars. The big turning point for the business integration was when Hoshi came to see our live show, Revolt, in Yokohama. I've been thinking about working with Hoshi for a while, but before the event, for a long time before the event, but Hoshi didn't seem very keen on it and would always gently brush me off. The stars clearly changed during the in-person event in Yokohama. At the time, Hoshi felt that he had issues growing the organization, raising a large amount of capital to expand the business. However, Hoshi is a serial entrepreneur who has started and been bought out of businesses many times. And his sales pitch, Naguchi's sales pitch, went as follows. He is good at creating businesses even... he continues to describe Hoshi's gifts as an entrepreneur. He says he is good at creating businesses, even if it was a small size. He had the ability to lead the team and drive the business forward. In reality, rather than being quote-unquote worried about it as an issue, it seemed to me that they just weren't particularly interested in the fundraising to begin with. It was such a time that Revolt was held. Hoshi was touched by the sight of the VTubers singing in front of the audience, convening, interacting, and the audience going wild. After experiencing the Revolt performance, he changed the goal that he had set for himself. This was a big change. I was really happy when Hoshi said to me, quote, "Instead of working steady, it might be interesting grow it quickly together with Naguchi. Have a heart-to-heart discussion." Hoshi didn't just evaluate the success of Revolt and think about joining us. They recognize that we are an organization with the potential to create a new IP and bounce back even after losing a business, and they also enabled to raise 800 million yen, the circumstances at the time. And so with this, we basically have the means through which Naguchi would continue to enlist various different investors to his cause, a constant three-part cycle of sorts. In the first stage, he would meet up with and butter up potential investors, ply them with drink and food, and in other words, get on his knees and beg for them to consider investing in his company. And in a lot of cases, since a lot of these people were those who at least knew of Naguchi prior to the creation of Unlimited, they were more than willing to help him and hear him out, especially to the point where they would outright grant him his wish of getting him money without too many stipulations beyond that. Then, using this new rapport, he would then take this as an opportunity to obtain investor funding, and in return he would promise growth in Brave. But then, what the money would be used for is mostly injected back into the properties that are now under their belt, so that they can use this funding, what is left of it, in order to go on to obtain more mergers and acquisitions, before finally presenting these mergers and acquisitions as signs of organic growth, basically signs that their promises to their investors are actually being fulfilled. And then finally, because of the fact that they've presented these mergers and acquisitions as signs of organic growth, natural growth for the company, because the company is satisfying, at least on paper, all of the important metrics to indicate that they are going to hit profitability at some point in the future, get out of the red at some point in the future, then this acts as more ammunition with which Naguchi can then go around to more investors and more industry veterans in order to try and plug Brave Group as a source of investment. Classic Vulture, yeah, pretty much. And so on and so forth, never really running out of steam, at least until one of his projects fails in a, shall we say, a public enough manner. Sorry, give me a second. Alright, so, by the end of this entire thing, we've essentially been able to shed light on two of the murkier portions of Brave Group's history after the Game Club controversy. We now know some of the details of what happened behind the scenes and who was responsible for the controversy itself, as well as now having an idea as to how exactly Naguchi managed to convince so many investors to invest in a company that, quite frankly, did not have the record to justify the amount of support it received. But then that leaves Brave Group's expansion, their expansion out into the rest of the world. How did they make this work? What was the intention behind their strategy? And most importantly, what is the end game of this? Well, all of those questions will be answered later on in the stream, but one of the things that we touched upon in the last stream that I did about Brave Group was, again, keeping in mind the overarching theme and premise of the book being, let's not repeat the mistakes of the past. One of the difficulties that Naguchi has talked about when it comes to expanding outwards, well, first off, his whole goal with expanding outwards from Japan, establishing bases in several different parts of the world, was born out of a desire to, the goal that he set, the slogan for the company, the intention, which is to try and bring the content to as many people as possible. However, one of the difficulties that he did discuss that accompanied this attempt at expanding your business worldwide to that degree, especially when prior to that you had only had experience operating businesses in Japan, is friction. Friction between your management and executive body in Japan and the companies overseas, the staff overseas, the talents overseas that are going to have to take orders from people who aren't aware of the nitty-gritty in terms of how they operate from the day-to-day. Oh, Lumi, thank you for being a Footstool for 8 months. 8 months, woo. Also, hello everyone in chat and share, man. Hello, welcome to the stream. We just finished talking about, actually, funnily enough, there are a few portions in this book which reek of just a tinge of boys' love. So it might be something that you would enjoy reading through yourself for the occasional nugget amidst the mud. But to get back to what I was saying, so essentially one of the things that Naguchi said was one of the key problems they had to deal with was their executive body in Japan being out of touch with their staff and their talents overseas in their overseas branches. So the question became, well, how do we solve this problem? The answer's obvious. They need to be able to pick out specific executives to delegate responsibilities to. Specific executives that would now be appointed to positions of authority over those overseas branches, because otherwise the amount of bureaucracy will likely paralyze their ability to efficiently and effectively get their overseas branches off of the ground. And for a little bit more insight into how that works, we go to Chapter 3 and Chapter 6 of Naguchi's autobiography. Specifically, starting from around page 75, where he talks about the whole process by which they transitioned from only having 15 staff members to building their way back up to over 100. And more importantly, what did they do with those 15 people? Because quite obviously, if they stick around for that long and through that rough of a time, it follows that some of the people who stuck around through that time would be given an elevated position of authority. And maybe, just maybe, a few of them would be given said positions of authority who might not handle it very well. But I'm getting ahead of myself. So when Naguchi's describing the whole process of essentially growing his staff roster out again, he says, quote, we had a total of about 15 people, including team members. We rented a new office in Shibora with the intention of expanding the organization, but there are only about a dozen of us in the office. For these people, the space was too big for them. So when they first moved in, everyone had to gather in one corner of the large office to do their work. However, the empty seats filled up in no time. I recall that by the end of the year, there were already not enough seats for the members. The reason why the number of employees increased so rapidly and the organization grew was because while we gathered important members one by one, we also integrated with people who could create powerful content and with the other companies in the same industry. The brave group of today exists because various companies joined the group. And we will continue to gather allies through business integration. Why do we continue? It is for the purpose of further developing and livening up the VTuber industry. There are various companies that create interesting projects, good content, unique characters, and attractive videos. Rather than each operating by their own, by working together in a place with like-minded people gather, we can gather diverse ideas and develop more attractive VTubers. I call it the VTuber Companies Alliance because I think that expanding the alliance will help boost the entire industry. Now, I think quite a few people would disagree with that particular conclusion, but to go on, there are many companies that are in a wasteful situation due to their small size, or that they are wasting their VTuber-related businesses. That is why we need to join hands to form an alliance and go out into the world together, even if it is difficult for a single small company. That being their slogan, I would presume. Then he goes on to page 79 where he states, quote, he describes the whole process of gathering staff to his cause and that ever-present meme dream, gathering 100 people who can lead 100 others. He is quite genuinely building a, he's quite literally assembling a team. Sorry, give me a second. Alright, sorry Footstools, this is unusual because I don't usually do this, but I'm starting to feel a little lightheaded, so I'm going to go grab a little bit of I'm going to grab a snack, hopefully whatever sugar I get from that will cancel out whatever's going on with my body at the moment, but I will be back in a few, maybe about a minute or so, and I will be back. the slides. There we are. Okay, so this is Naguchi's Iron Man moment. So this section of the chapter is titled Commander of 100, gathering 100 people who can lead 100 others. However, it is not as if I have been recruiting all the members of the Brave Group. My ideal is to create a 100-man command, commander, like the one in the manga Kingdom. Kingdom, written by Hara Yasuhisa, published by Shueisha, is a manga set in the spring and autumn period and warring state period of ancient China. And the main characters are the first emperor, who unified the country for the first time in Chinese history in the midst of war, and military commanders who supported him. The 100-man commander in the manga means someone who can lead 100 people. And if you can gather 100 commanders, you can have an organization of 10,000 people. I have heard from a senior manager that you should gather from the top person who can gather 100 people. On the hydration screen, there was no BGM. Oh, shit. Okay. I need to fix that. Sorry. So you were just listening to silence and me crunching. I'm so sorry. Okay. So, I need to remember to fix that in the OBS after this stream. But I do find it funny how he's kind of building himself up to be, you know, the first emperor of VTubing, which is, I'll be honest, it's kind of hilarious considering how the company is going about its expansion process. But to go on, what I need to do now is to gather together people who can become commanders of 100 men, who have the ability to stand at the top of an organization and lead others. My dream and ultimate goal is to grow my company to 10,000 employees. That magical number. Every time when a VTubing company says they want to reach 10,000 something, it's always a sign that they have their heads on straight. If those 100 people can each lead a team of 100 people, it will become an organization of 10,000 people. The person who can gather those 100 generals will be the winner of the battle. It was pretty scuffed, yeah. Those 100 warlords can have different skill sets, backgrounds, and nationalities. It is differences that create diversity. However, the most important thing when fighting together as an organization is whether or not they get along. We often hear stories of failed recruitment where people are hired based on values that place too much importance on skills, but then they don't match with the company culture or the other members. I believe that mindset is important, more important than skills. So for that reason, I make sure to meet with members who will be taking on executive positions at dinners and drinking parties before joining the company. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I remember that back when the Globy terminations happened, both talents said something about how one of the executives that were causing problems behind the scenes was A, not very familiar with VTubing conventions, but also B, seemed to have only been recruited because he was friends with other executives. And now we have Naguchi basically saying that his way of recruiting people is to meet them at dinners and drinking parties, and that he prioritizes being able to quote-unquote get along above actual skill sets. Now, obviously, I don't think he means to say that he prioritizes one to the detriment of the other, but at the same time, it does need to be said that it seems like that is something that has managed to transpire over the course of him applying this method of recruitment in his company. Yeah, this is the definition of Nepo hiring. And speaking of Nepo hiring, one of the interesting things about Naguchi describing bits of friction that happen within the executive body at Brave are a few little tidbits that suggests that maybe their mergers and acquisitions aren't as harmonious as you might think. Because after he talks about the importance of getting along, he describes a conflict that arose during the expansion process between Hoshi and, well, Naguchi, where Naguchi and another executive by the name of Kin, who owned Material, the company in charge of Palette Project, wanted to do a merger with Vispo and Virtual Entertainment. And essentially, Hoshi would end up saying, "Fuck no, I don't want that." And this is a recount that essentially stretches from page 89 to 90. So remember that at the end of page 89, I think. Hold on, let me check that to make sure. Right? Oh wait, okay. So it starts off with him recounting the whole process of convincing Hoshi to hop on board with the entire project, right? So this is where the whole BL vibe goes into overdrive. Quote, "Serial entrepreneur. Hoshi is good at creating businesses, and even if it was a small team, he had the ability to lead the team and drive the business forward. In reality, rather than being quote-unquote worried about it as an issue, it seemed to me that they just weren't particularly interested in fundraising to begin with. It was at such a time that Revolt was held. Hoshi was touched by the sight of the VTubers singing in front of the audience, conversing interactively, and the audience going wild. After experiencing the Revolt live performance, he changed the goal he had set for himself. This was a big change. I was really happy when Hoshi said to me, instead of working steadily, it might be interesting to grow it quickly together with Naguchi." In other words, Hoshi had come round to the mindset of accelerating. But it wasn't all done. That wasn't a done deal just yet. So from this, Naguchi then goes on to say, having a heart-to-heart discussion. Hoshi didn't just evaluate the success of Revolt and think about joining us. They recognized that we were in an organization with the potential to create new IP and bounce back even after losing a business. And they also recognized our fundraising capabilities, which had enabled us to raise 800 million yen in these circumstances at the time. Fujos, this is for you. However, that doesn't mean that the business integration between Hoshi's Virtual Entertainment and Brave Group went smoothly. Actually, hold on. Let me whip out some appropriate music for what I'm about to read. Okay. Okay, is that volume good for you guys? I'll assume it is. Okay, there we go. However, that doesn't mean that the business integration between Hoshi's Virtual Entertainment and Brave Group went smoothly. It's a bit loud? Okay, wait, hold on. Let me turn it down a bit more. Is that better? I hate this song. It's okay, it's for the bit. It's for the bit. Now it's good? Okay, there we go. Actually, that was not the case. After Revolt ended, I started wooing Hoshi every day. I thought that by teaming up with Hoshi,
we could use our strengths to make up for each other's weaknesses. If we could eliminate our weaknesses as a team, we could further strengthen our strengths. You reduced too much? This is so scuffed. Okay, hold on. Better? Can't hear it at all? Yes. I was reading comments from the past? Okay. This should be better, yes? What is this, BL? The kind of thing that transpires between tech bros all the time. Okay. Yes, start over? Hold on. Better? Okay, there we go. Let's continue from where I left off. In addition, I'd helped Hoshi raise funds when he first started his business, so he had many existing common shareholders, which made it seem like there was an advantage to integrating the two companies. Rather than aiming for an exit as a single company, there was a possibility that integrating the two companies and leveraging our strengths to expand the business would generate greater returns. We contacted each other almost every day, talking late into the night. We would meet at 10 or 11 o'clock at night and talk until the morning, 2 or 3 times a week. At the end, we would put our arms around each other. Hold on, let me loop this. Okay, there we go. We would put our arms around each other, drink and sing, and sometimes I don't even remember what we talked about. Still, my mind was clear when we talked about the future. At the time, the two leading companies were in a monopoly position, with a large gap between them and third place and below. Hoshi-san, the market is there, so let's work together. Let's chase after the top two companies together and overtake them. We have Funabashi with us, who we can rely on. I tried every trick in the book to woo Hoshi. In the end, the stars decided. Naguchi will be great. Let's do it together. Now, never let it be said that, hold on, let me bring it back up. Okay. Never let it be said that tech bros do not have a gift for for writing and literature. Because that I couldn't have made it more BL if I tried, right? The funny thing is, I'm almost certain that this is all completely unintentional. But in any case, so throughout this stage, right, now you have a scenario where Naguchi and Hoshi have come to an agreement. They are going to be merging the two companies. Brave Group is going to acquire Vispo and Virtual Entertainment. They're all going to pull their resources together in the hopes of building up something bigger. However, obviously, Brave Group was not going to stop at just buying up one company. They weren't going to stop at just buying up Virtual Entertainment and Vispo. They were also going to buy up other companies. Other companies that may not have such a great record of success. For example, you may remember back when I did the previous Brave stream, we talked about how on April 1st of 2025, Brave announced that they were having a three-way merger between Material, the owners of Palette Project, Enalus, that mess, and Blossom, the thing that would become part of Enalus later on this year. However, at the time, the main things that I was focusing on with you guys was the
fact that Enalis and Blossom being merged together was probably designed to hide the fact that Blossom was not doing too hot. But here's the thing that I didn't know until I read through his autobiography, until I read through Naguchi's autobiography. It turns out that perhaps there was a chance that before Enalis and Blossom had their moment of, well, shaky foundations, Material was having one even before then. And because apparently, prior to 2025, Naguchi had attempted to do a merger between Material and Virtual Entertainment, a merger that Hoshi himself denied. So if you go to page 92 to page 93 of the autobiography, it reads as follows, quote, "Meeting with key people. In addition to Hoshi, Brave Group also welcomed 2 other indispensable members to the team during the time. Kin Kwaijuan, now an executive officer, and Nakamura Minaharu, who've worked under Kin at the time. Kin now plays a key role in Brave Group's overseas expansion, while Nakamura oversees the studio and event business. The connection to gold dates back to the Unlimited era. In fact, Hoshi was an investor in Material Inc., a company founded by Kin. Material's main business was the idol VTuber Palette Project, commonly known as PaliPro. Nakamura was an engineer in charge of the technical aspects of the motion capture studio that Material was building. At that time, both the virtual entertainment company, Vispo, and Material's PaliPro was still in their infancy. Hoshi and Kin rented a room in a multi-tenant building in Takadana Baba and used it as a shared office. I often went there, so I often saw Kin, and we naturally became good friends. When the talks about merging with virtual entertainment progressed, Hoshi said, "I don't want to join forces with Kin's Material." It was a natural progression for Kin to be asked to work part-time at the Unlimited office. "I've been there and I know how to work. If he can get some money, there's no doubt he'll be a super asset." Kin readily agreed. "I was really lucky that the money came in, but it also felt kind of inevitable to me." So, what this means is essentially that it was put on the table by at least 2 out of 3 of them, I assume Naguchi and Kin himself, to merge Material with virtual entertainment. But Hoshi basically just said, "Yeah, nah, I don't think we're going to do that." Which I find to be quite interesting because Vispo is one of the only companies in Brave Group, even today, throughout all of these years, that is actually profitable. Now, I don't know what Material's finances are, but when I started looking for reasons as to why Hoshi wouldn't have been hesitant to agree to the merger, I started noticing that there was a little bit of strange activity with the way that Material had been handling their talents as well. Now, according to the chart that was made by Nene Love, which I reviewed beginning of the last Brave stream as well, Palette Project currently has a roster, as of April of 2025, Palette Project had a roster of, hold on, let me just do some quick maths, 11 plus 9, 20 talents, right? However, the thing is, they were acquired by Brave Group in 2022 as well. So most of their graduations happened, most of their graduations in terms of their actual talents, not so okay, hold on, I'm getting ahead of myself. Palette Project divides its talents into 2 groups. One being the actual, Palette Project, right? The actual talents who are formally part of the group. And the second being Palette Project research students, which is basically the equivalent of Niji Sanji's VTA. And the thing is, over the course of their existence, they have lost a total of what is now, I believe, to be 2, 4, 8 out of 20 of their VTubers, which is dangerously close to a 50-50, despite the fact that they've only been in operation for around 6 years or so. Well, admittedly, 6 years is quite a long time, but losing 50% or almost 50% of your talents over the course of that time something might not be right. And so, the other thing is, when it comes to their talents, there are a number of their talents have had either suspensions or terminations as a direct enforcement action because of one recurring reason: violation or breach of confidentiality. And earlier last month, even, they lost 3 of their trainees in one go. Because on the 4th of August, their trainee by the name of Mashiro Momona would end up announcing that she would be graduating by the 10th of the month. And 2 other trainee talents, 2 other Palette Project research students by the name of Matsuraboshi Naru and Tsukimiya Ao, would also be announcing that they would be leaving the company. Now, usually when you're looking at a company and their newer additions, their trainees are all leaving and they don't seem to be getting an influx of main group talents, so to speak, as a way of counterbalancing that over time, might raise an eyebrow. However, the thing that raised mine was the way that they handled one specific talent out of these 3, Mashiro. See, the thing about Mashiro is by the time that she graduated, she was not actually a talent under Palette Project, but rather a talent, technically an indie talent that was only affiliated with Material, the parent company of Palette Project, which some of you may look at that and instantly go, okay, that seems like a bit of an unusual arrangement. How the fuck do you get there? And it turns out that Mashiro used to be, again, as shown on screen, she used to be a Palette Project research student, but she was suspended and removed from that group for supposedly breaching confidentiality. In September 13th of 2024, Palette Project will put out an announcement stating, quote, "Thank you for your continued support of Momona Mashiro and Palette Project. Regarding our Palette Project trainee, Momona Mashiro, there is a possibility that she may have violated some contracts, and we are currently investigating the matter. We are currently suspending her activities. But we will make a report on the official Palette Project X account once we have confirmed the facts. We apologize if any concern is caused to all of our supporters, and we appreciate your understanding." So you have the rest of the announcement basically being the normal what plans are going to be put on hold, here's what's going to happen to fan mail, etc., etc. What are we suspending? YouTube, X, and other social media. And then, fast forward, about 2 weeks, just over, September 30th, Palette Project releases a follow-up announcement. Quote, "Thank you very much for your continued support of Momona Mashiro and the Palette Project. We have been investigating the possibility that Momona Mashiro, a Palette Project trainee, may have violated certain contracts, and as a result of our investigation, we have confirmed that she leaked internal company information to a third party without permission outside of a live stream. This is a clear violation of the confidentiality agreement between our company and Momona Mashiro." Now, this is not something we haven't seen before. There have been plenty of cases where a talent has been caught leaking some sort of information outside of their streaming hours or to a friend when they're just, relaxing with them in private or something. And as a result, they've been suspended, they've been terminated. It's happened across companies of all different sizes. However, what made this a little unusual to me was their solution to this problem. Because they didn't just suspend her. They wanted her back. Furthermore, in Momona Mashiro's past streams, we confirmed that she posted information that could be inferred as confidential company information and made statements that were contrary to the facts and led to speculation that could be detrimental to Palette Project, and we issued a stern warning to her on August 21st. However, even after the stern warning, we have not seen sufficient improvement for comments and behavior during streams. Regarding the above 2 points, we have once again issued a stern warning to Momona Mashiro herself, including that, under normal circumstances, these actions would result in a termination of contract. After further discussions regarding her future activities, we have decided that Momona Mashiro will be leaving the Palette Project program and will be working individually rather than part of a group as a talent affiliated with Material Inc., the company that manages Palette Project. Yeah, they tried to keep her, and that's the weird part of this. Because if you have a talent that actually did leak confidential company information, why would you want to keep her? That question becomes even more pertinent when the talent in question was not even a quote-unquote real talent or official talent, but rather a trainee talent, a research student, so to speak. So why jump through so many hoops to keep her? And if you're going to keep her, why put her as part of her own little segregated, in her own little segregated corner, instead of allowing her back into the fold? And I mean, you could ask it from the other angle as well, which is if you are going to segregate her, why bother keeping her at all? And so, this was a very strange decision. So, to be honest, this is not the only instance in which talents have been let go from this company for confidentiality breaches. It does seem to be somewhat of a recurring theme when you take into account past terminations with other talents as well. And so it does seem like there is something about Palette Project that maybe didn't gel well with the image that Hoshi was going for virtual entertainment and Vispo. Now, I do want to make it clear, that is speculation, and that is speculation that is based off of this rather strange handling of a termination. Granted, this is the handling of a termination that only occurred 2 years after Material was acquired by Brave, and even longer after Brave and Vispo, well, the same amount of time after Brave and Vispo essentially joined forces. But again, it does speak to a possible reason as to why, of the 3 companies under Brave's umbrella that were chosen to merge with one another, the 3 were Enalis, Blossom, and Palette Project. And so, on top of that, Mashiro wouldn't really last she would only last just over a year in her little corner of the entire company, because on August 4th, like I said, she would announce that she would be graduating, and a notice about her official graduation would be posted onto the Enalis website as well. However, this is but one instance of a Brave subsidiary handling, shall we say, talent, discipline, and or departure in a very, shall we say, interesting manner. And it is quite interesting to note, I find it quite interesting to note personally, how much of a divide there seems to be between the company policies and practices of these smaller companies that end up getting merged into one another, like Enalis, like Blossom, like Palette Project, versus the other more official companies, like, for example, Riot Music, although Riot Music is not free of its own termination scandals, and Vispo. However, again, interesting little tidbit of information there regarding the fact that even though Brave does use mergers and acquisitions as an obfuscatory tool to try and stop people from understanding what they're doing and when they've made a bad investment, like they did with Blossom, it is quite interesting to note that there is quite significant pushback coming from within that sometimes gets in the way of their ability to abuse that tactic. To go on, though, the next thing that I want to touch on is the way that Naguchi describes the recruitment philosophy. behind how he brings executives into the fold when it comes to expanding the reach of Brave Group outwards across the different countries and regions over the world. Quote, recruitment chemistry. The year following the announcement of Brave Group's new structure in June 2020 was a period of preparation for recovering from the massive damage caused by the Game Club project scandal, and for the group to come back to the surface and make a comeback. In June of the following year, and around the time we moved to the Otomo building in Shibora, new members were added one after another, evolving into a new system. Takahiro Takizawa, currently Brave Group Europe Managing Director, and Hitoshi Morikawa, currently Executive Officer, who joined just before the transition of the new structure, are core members who still play important roles today. And this is where I started paying really close attention to what was being said, because, if you all remember, Takahiro Takizawa is the head of Brave Group Europe. Brave Group Europe is in charge of Globy. And Globy is the company that had those two very iffy terminations earlier on this year. And so, when it comes to any corporation, any branch of Brave that might be suspected of having an executive, slurred my words there, having an executive that might not know what it is they're doing, Brave Europe does rank pretty highly on the list. And so, this does introduce a little bit of interesting context. If Takahiro Takizawa was one of the few people who were left at the company when they were down to around 15 people or so, it would then make sense as to why he may be given a longer leash and more room to fuck up going into the future out of a sense of gratitude and or mutual obligation. However, that was just a hunch. Until I started reading further into Naguchi's descriptions as to how, 1, Takahiro was brought on board, and 2, the underlying philosophy behind how he recruits executives and how he gives them their positions of authority. Quote, the connections people make are truly miraculous. Sometimes people meet from an unexpected direction, drawn by some kind of attraction to one another. In such cases, the moment they meet, they may think to themselves, this is the person, or this is the company, and without any doubt, they may decide to join the company. Such was the case for Takahiro Takizawa, currently Managing Director for Brave Group Europe. I was introduced to Takizawa by Takahiro Yamaguchi, an outside director who has been an investor in Brave Group since its inception. One day, Yamaguchi suddenly asked me, quote, I've been running my own company and I'm thinking about what to do next. Are you interested? He was originally involved in a system consulting for a major seller, and marketing and solutions for a mobile venture company, and then worked overseas on his own mobile content production. I started a company and had been running it for about 10 years, but I want to take on a new challenge. The timing was right. I immediately asked to be introduced. The first time we met was at a cafe near Gotanda Station. It was before the office moved to the Otomo building in Shibora. Unable to recover from the damage caused by the Game Club scandal, the Game Club project was ended. The company could not find a replacement for core business or content. The company's reputation was also in a slump due to the scandal, and it was difficult to scout new members. I felt a little intimidated, but I couldn't say such things. I told Takizawa about the appeal and potential of this industry and my vision for it. I could tell from his reaction that what I said resonated with him. This is what chemistry in recruiting means. Takizawa also had his own reasons for finding us attractive. He is an admitted content and entertainment lover. Now, this is a personal nitpick, but I do love it when people say, he is such a lover of content and entertainment. It's like saying, you are such an enjoyer of food and drink. Like, no shit, Sherlock, all of us enjoy content and entertainment. It doesn't really tell me very much. But to go on, and is also a fan of the new thing called VTubers. And although he was a president for a company he founded for 10 years, he thought that he was more suited to being a strategist. Our thoughts were in agreement. If we can combine strengths and complement each other's weaknesses, we can create a business. It's like filling the pieces of a puzzle together. Furthermore, Takizawa, who spent his high school years in England and his university years in France, loves Europe, which coincided with our plan to actively expand overseas. Takizawa is a person with an attractive personality, and he also had the courage to jump in and say, "This looks fun," in that situation. He had it. He was truly one of the heroes we were looking for. In January 2022, Takizawa officially joined the Brave Group. So now you have the person, right? Now you have an executive, someone who's willing to fill in that slot, who's willing to be recruited because they think that they and you are a good fit for one another in terms of employee and company. However, that then leaves the question, what is the process of actually putting him in a position to essentially head a branch? And according to Naguchi, the process goes as follows. They have a specific program for stuff like this. Supporting enthusiasm and passion and fostering a desire to take on challenges. Recently, the HR department proposed an adventure system that allows employees to take on high-ranking positions. If an employee raises their hand and are approved after an internal review, they can work as a leader or manager of the team or project they applied for a certain period of time. For a while now, we have been asking the question, how is it the case that so many different companies under Brave's single umbrella can have such inconsistent standards when it comes to management? This might just be the answer to that. This program, whatever they call it, they even have a cute name for it called the Adventure System. But to go on, the background to this was the idea of the Human Resources Department to improve the imbalance of the company organization. Currently, the balance is being improved by this adventure system, but the previous company structure was composed of the president and executives and the majority of the employees, and there were few middle management layers. Therefore, the company's upper management and human resources departments were looking for people to become managers. Rather than selecting and appointing people, we tried to have them raise their hands and take on the challenge. The response to the system was greater than expected, and currently about 10 people within the company have taken advantage of the adventure system and have risen to higher positions. Whether or not they are promoted after that depends on their own efforts, but this not only helps to eliminate organizational imbalances within the company, but also supports the enthusiasm of employees who are fired up to do what they want to do. The adventure system is a very effective way to strengthen an organization. Now, I want to remind you, back during the whole Sunesuke Uenishi scandal with Game Club, there were 3 pivotal mistakes that they made. One, the biggest one in my opinion, was appointing someone who did not know, did not care, and was not equipped to act upon the conventions and subculture of VTubing into a position of direct authority over a bunch of talents. Now, I can't imagine why a system like this would be suspected of perpetuating the exact same mistake and thus the exact same problems that they had way back in 2019. Just a little bit of an inkling on my part. but I certainly can't say that it sounds like a very wise maneuver. Granted, I'm not a part of this system, I've never tried this system, I've never been in a position where I will, I'm in a corporate environment, and I randomly raise my hand, volunteer to take on a position that is of higher authority than my current one, and without consideration for my my personal qualifications, they'll just put me there so I can, live, laugh, and learn, But that does, granted, they do say that there is some sort of internal review. But, again, due to the inconsistency that we have observed from the outside looking in when it comes to the way that these companies are managed, I do have doubts about the integrity of that review system. Because what this sounds like is just prioritizing the aspirations of the executives and other high-ranking staff above the people that they are put in charge of. Because imagine for a second that you are a talent and or a talent manager, a member of support staff, not an executive. You deal with the day-to-day operation, and you get told that you are getting a new head of branch. Why, you ask? Who knows? Maybe it's because they put their hand up in class and they were gifted a position there because they wanted to try something new. And if they're good at their job, if they have a hidden talent, congratulations! You are run by a competent leader for whatever period of time until they get that promotion, and at which point they either stay or they choose to move on to trying something else. But if they are bad at their job, well, now you're fucked. Because, well, they're going to be staying there for a set period of time just to, hopefully learn and try things out. And I don't doubt the rationale, which is that it's probably going to help the executive in question develop skills and experience, right? But it is skills and experience that probably come at the cost of more people than it's worth, in my opinion. My uninformed opinion from the outside looking in. Because when you put people into positions of authority, not on the basis of their qualifications, but just aspiration and association, which is absolutely what this is, right? The association is the fact that they are an executive and usually have been recruited because they're friends with another executive and or an investor in the company, which bypasses the entire thing to do with, are they qualified in terms of being able to get along with, the talents and the support staff, who are the people who actually make who actually get the audiences in through the door, right? It bypasses that metric entirely, bypasses that criterion entirely, and it's just based off of their associations with other executives or other members of the executive board, which, in my opinion, is probably not the recipe for easy, shall we say, smooth sailing and easy friendships between the executive layer of Brave and, everything below that, pretty much. However, this does tie in with what I talked about at the end of the last Brave stream, where I said that because Brave's main audience, their target demographic, are not their talents and are not their audiences, because they get most of their funding not from their audiences, but from investors, which makes the investors their primary demographic. It also makes sense that all of their companies' policies, strategies, philosophy would be arranged in that manner as well. Arranged in a manner where they prioritize investors and executives first and everybody else second. And if you look at a whole, program like the adventure system, this is a system that reeks of that mindset. Because if you were acting while putting your talents and, their immediate managers, in utmost priority because you relied on the content they make in order to draw in the audience that was most of your income, hypothetically, let's say that was the case, this idea would not work. This idea is not something that you would table, right? You wouldn't do it on simply a, just stick up your hand and we'll pick you basis. You'd have to actually prove your degree of competence. Let's say that someone goes from, managing company finances to wanting to try their hand at being the head of one of their branches and telling people what content is or isn't okay to make. Hypothetically, let's say that was something that happened. One set of skills does not translate to another. Being CFO does not make you more informed on VTubing subculture or VTubing conventions. It just means that you're good at math and accounting. That you know what money comes in and what money goes out, and that's it. And if you try and transplant one to the other simply because they feel like it, you're going to get rather inconsistent, sometimes rather dubious results. And it does seem like Brave Group has those inconsistent results to back up my hypothesis. Zachary Rollick, thank you for the 2. I think you forgot to say, you might have missed sending a message there, but thank you for the super. But to go on, he then continues to elaborate on what this is supposed to accomplish, saying, quote, "I believe that ideas and conversations tend to be more flexible when everyone is drinking together. So when you're stuck, it's important to try and get out of the conference room. What exactly makes a strong organization? There are many different ideas. Some companies have a well-disciplined organization, while others increase sales through strong competitiveness of their individual members, and others make use of teamwork." Now, just a tip. Oh, thank you. Thank you for your generosity. In my opinion, a strong organization is one where each person is given a job that matches their aptitude and is given an environment where they can maximize their abilities. I think that if you add the desire of the individual to do something, then people will start to move toward on their own. I want to make Brave Group a place where people can take on challenges and realize their own desires. And I'm sure that's great for the executives who get to do that. But for the people working under them, I'm not all too certain that that's going to be something they achieve, I'll be honest. But to go on, part of this is the adventure system that allows employees to raise their hands and take on challenges and proactively launching new business in consultation with other members. Or, of course, this doesn't mean that any new business is okay. A business that is too enclave can be difficult because it uses different brains and muscles. So when starting new businesses, we establish an axis that serves as a benchmark. These axes are areas surrounding existing business, markets with future growth potential, and possibility of expanding overseas. So in order to rein in what people can suggest and what people can actually do under this adventure system, they've basically implemented a set of broad criteria in terms of objectives that your suggestion needs to encompass in order for it to be worth giving the green light to. It has to either be an area with surrounding, existing businesses, right? You either have to be attempting to form connections between what Brave is doing and what another existing business is doing to form a bridge between the two functions, or it has to be a market with future growth potential. I want you guys to remember that because that's going to become very, very relevant in a few minutes. And also, finally, possibility of expanding overseas. Pretty easy, right? If it doesn't satisfy those criteria, then they're probably not going to give the go-ahead. That being said, those are some pretty broad criteria. And again, more importantly, those are criteria that do not act as some sort of discriminator against people who simply lack the skills or confidence to assume whatever position of authority they are asking for. But to keep going, by considering our group strategy with these 3 pillars in mind, we will be able to realize that even though each of our businesses is currently a point in itself someday, each of our businesses is currently a point in and of itself someday. I believe that the dots will connect and become a line, and I can see things happening. A little bit of a visual metaphor they sprinkled in there. By realizing the ideas of each member and creating synergy around them, the organization will become even stronger. This creates a cycle in which people continue to grow. This is why it is so important to think about an organization from the perspective of people. Now look, I'm not going to disagree with that sentiment. I think that if you're running a company, especially an entertainment company, especially a VTuber company, and you're thinking from the perspective of people, that is an admirable thing. The trick is not to fall into the trap of only thinking from the perspective of one group of people, especially the one group of people who is not making the content, because that is usually a recipe for disaster. But to continue, in this context, I believe that the role of a manager is to keep an eye on the company's big vision and thoroughly pursue the company's direction and the achievement of its members' career highs. On paper, that sounds fine. In practice, based off of what's been going on with Brave recently, and I mean last 12 months or so, I'd say that the answer to that is inconclusive, to put it mildly. It's hip to wear soap. Nice name, by the way. Thank you for the 2. The real OST to this fic is Beer by Psycho Stick. Actually, fun fact, while I was putting this all together, I was going through, I'd stumbled earlier on, like 2 weeks ago, I stumbled across a recommended playthrough of Felvidek that made its way onto my YouTube homepage. And ever since, I've been addicted to the Felvidek soundtrack. And in particular, while I was going through making the slides for this and putting all of this together, I highly recommend, if you like songs that just sound groovy but also like funny, I highly recommend checking out Ahriman from the Felvidek OST. It is some of the funniest psychedelic rock you will ever listen to. And it's got just the right mix of, how do I say, frolicking foolishness and almost dark undertones, the way that it sounds. And I think that Beer by Psycho Stick is a pretty good match for this. But I think that, in my opinion, nothing rivals listening to Ahriman while reading through this. I'll just spell it out in chat. Okay, there we go. So, to go on, quote, in addition, a system was created that allows employees to steadily improve their position and title within the company. As mentioned in the previous chapter, the adventure system, established by the Human Resources Department, allows any member to take on the challenge of taking on a position of responsibility, such as a leader or manager, for a certain period of time. I just realized, way to sidestep the entire need to be choosy and selective when picking someone for promotions, right? Just get people to promote themselves, put them on a trial period, and then see if the promotion sorts itself out. To go on, if you can achieve results that convince others during that period, they will ask you to take that position. You will likely be asked to move up. There are opportunities to seize promotion for yourself, an environment that encourages your ambition, and an environment where you can make the most of your motivation. And then it lists out Brave's 6 values. Go beyond the frame, dwell in the details, overwhelming speed. I love how they have accelerate in their 6 values. Creativity and economy, respect base, and enjoy life. Very fun values. But, to go on, from around 172 to 174, Naguchi then goes on a little bit of a tangent to articulate what the underlying goals and philosophical goals of the company are. What do they want to be as a company? What is their identity or their intended identity? Quote, to be a company that supports people's desire for growth. I think that the roots of my personality lie in being an investor. I got into angel investing to gain knowledge and experience. Now, training managers has become one of my major themes. The same goes for Brave Group employees. My wish is to give more people within the company the opportunity to be involved in management and to produce many people with management experience. Ideally, we would create about 100 group companies, each with a president, director, and executive officer. If we can create about 5 executive positions in each group company, then we can create 500 people with management experience across 100 group companies. Now again, I don't think I need to say this, but upon reading this, it should be pretty obvious. Why are you using this as a metric of how well your company is doing? What is the point of all of this number monkeying? Besides maybe ego stroking yourself into believing that you are the first Chinese emperor of VTubing. It doesn't make any sense. But to go on, in April 2024, Brave Group appointed active members of its board of directors to fill vacant director positions at all 15 of its group companies. I wonder with what criterion and with what qualifications were each individual individual board member, appointed to their positions of authority. Because depending on what the answer to that question is, that may explain quite a lot of the, shall we say, interesting events of the past year that have occurred under the roofs of Brave companies. But to continue, the sense of responsibility increases and you start to be conscious of seeing things from a managerial point of view. I was able to witness that moment. Brave Group is currently seeing a steady increase in the number of group companies or subsidiaries. The more members who have managerial perspective, the more sensitive they will be to the management of the organization. They will become more conscious of strengthening the organization, which will result in a stronger organization. Therefore, we plan to continue to increase the number of challenges we take on, with the goal of reaching 100 group companies. By the way, according to the Brave Group website, they are currently sitting at around 18 group companies. Imagine Brave Group, but 5 times their current size. Now imagine how much money it would take to not only get to that point, but sustain that. And imagine how much of the VTubing industry would have to just be brave in order for that to be a reality. That is dystopia. That is the philosophy of a tumor and a virus. And frankly speaking, I hope they never get anywhere close to that. I hope they don't even reach half of that goal. Because if they do, that would be an atrocity for the rest of this industry. But to continue, in reality, in order to keep management costs down, it's better to have fewer subsidiaries and group companies. No shit, Sherlock. Considering our near future goal of going public, and here's where things get interesting, because this, at the very minimum, to anyone who was looking at what Brave Group was doing, looking at how their policies didn't make any sense from the perspective of talent well-being, or even getting them on the good side of possible audiences, right? The whole thing of them putting, let's say for example, let's ignore the allegations that they are botting. Let's say that all of the subs for all of their channels are perfectly legitimate, but they were gotten through Google Ads. Buying Google Ads, which are infamous for boosting sub numbers without actually providing any boost to CCV. Let's say, for example, that is what they've been spending their money on, right? Google Ads to boost the sub counts of their VTubers. Why the fuck would they do that? Because that actively harms a channel, since when YouTube detects that your sub count is way larger than your actual active audience, it tends to kill your discoverability, or at least throttle it a little bit. So you don't want that if you're prioritizing your talents and their audiences, their CCV, you probably wouldn't use that as your growth method. However, if you are prioritizing the big number next to their name so that you can fluff yourself up in front of your investors, possible investors, because you're planning to go public, all of a sudden that growth strategy makes perfect sense. Because investors don't really give too much of a shit about CCV. On average. In general, especially if they're unfamiliar with how VTubing or streaming works, which, let's be honest, a good number of these venture capital firms are indeed quite dusty in terms of how up-to-date they are with how things work in terms of online content creation. They usually just settle for looking at sub counts. That's why, by the way, when you go onto Brave's website, they have total subs across all of the talents, across all of their companies, as one big fat number right underneath the number of group companies and offices that they have. It's number monkeying all the way to the moon, and it's driven purely by the fact that their target audience are not their talents and are not their audiences. It's prospective investors. Because again, to anyone with eyes, this is a fact that we would have, you could discern. But it's just nice to have it being explicitly confirmed in words that, yeah, Brave Group is doing what it does because the ultimate goal is to go public. The ultimate goal does not even seem to be to become profitable before going public. No, they're just hoping to go public and hopefully skip the middleman, which is, actually making money and getting out of the red. It is essentially a pyramid scheme. So that's quite morbidly funny. Akorek, welcome to the stream. But number go up though? True. The most pure and innocent of human motivations. Number go up. But to continue, considering our near future goal of going public, we understand that absorbing all group companies and making them into the parent company's business divisions would reduce our burdens overwhelmingly in terms of both costs and labor. However, looking further into the future, when I think about what kind of place I want Brave Group to be, I want it to be a place where as many members as possible can achieve their career highs. Rather than keeping costs down and increasing short to medium-term profits, it is more important than anything else for members to feel that, quote, it's good to be part of Brave Group. Wow, would you look at that? The aim, the ultimate aim of the company, the thing for which they will sacrifice short and medium-term profit, as well as the goal of keeping costs down, is just good vibes. What a solid premise for running a multi-billion yen company. When I read this for the first time, I couldn't tell if this was supposed to be parody. This seems like satire, but apparently this is the underlying philosophy behind how Brave handles its internal policy and strategy. But to continue, therefore, even though I know it will cost money, I intend to continue to increase the number of group companies. Mind you, this book was published in February of this year. We have been given very recently released information that will indicate quite conclusively that this was probably not a gamble that is worth it. This is probably not something that will pay off in the long run. Again, well, you'll see what I mean in a few minutes. In the future, some members will be likely to want to leave Brave Group and take on the challenge of starting their own business. People's enthusiasm and motivation cannot be stopped, and I myself have the desire to support people's motivation to grow. So my challenge is to make it a reality that members who are full of enthusiasm and motivation are the greatest challenge in Brave Group. This will lead to growth, and we will grow our business to a scale that can meet that enthusiasm. Now, I do want to say that there is something positive, shall we say, to the I hate using this term because it's been done to death by business school people, and just, think of every investment banker ever, right? Think of LinkedIn nightmare phrases. But Naguchi unironically displays what you could call a growth mindset, in the sense that he wants those around him to develop, grow, push their boundaries, and increase their capabilities. That, in a vacuum, is a very admirable trait. The problem is, though, when you have that mindset, when you have that way of interacting with, prioritizing what to do with the people around you, if you only extend that to the people who are immediately around you, everyone else gets screwed, basically. And that's the problem, because I can imagine that Naguchi, on his average day, doing his job as CEO, interacts with the other executives plenty. But he doesn't, I don't think, get the chance to interact with, let's say, talent managers, or even the talents themselves, anywhere near as regularly. Which, as a side effect, means that when he applies that principle of, growth mindset, right? We're gonna need to develop, grow, take up challenges, give you greater capabilities, whatever. That extends to his immediate circle of other execs, but it doesn't extend out further than that, or significantly further than that. Which is what causes what seems to be this top-heavy prioritization of the executives above all else when it comes to making strategy decisions, policy decisions, or even just everyday practices in this company. And I do want to make it clear, that is me spitballing as to how Brave got to whatever the fuck is going on internally right now, based off of reading through how Naguchi presents his own philosophy towards running his company. But I read something like this, and I have to be honest, it does not fill me with confidence. Brave is... Yeah, actually, Arideus, I would probably say that, yeah. I think caste system is a pretty accurate way of describing this, to be completely honest, yeah. So then to go on, quote, that's true. There is a chance for VTuber startups around the world in their first year, taking on the world with full equity financing. Currently, Brave Group is working on various projects. One of the most important challenges. Now, again, remember that the whole point of Naguchi's goal is to challenge him and the people around him so that they can increase their capabilities, make good decisions, grow their strengths, whatever, right? One of the most important challenges is global business. In 2023, in order to accelerate the global expansion of Brave Group, in addition to establishing 5 overseas bases in 4 countries, we also held global auditions targeting English-speaking countries, Chinese-speaking countries, and European countries. Our current overseas bases are Brave Group US, with an office in San Francisco and a studio in Los Angeles, Brave Group Europe, based in London, UK, Brave Group APAC, Thailand, based in Bangkok, Thailand, and Brave Group China, based in Shenzhen, China. Indeed, from the early days of its global expansion, the company has expanded and grown rapidly in one leap. The other is a VTubing business that is fully localized for the local market. When we started to expand our horizons overseas, we didn't even consider localizing the VTuber business. I wonder why. Maybe it's because at the end of the day, yes, you do want to adapt to your audience's specific preferences, but if you want to localize VTubing, so to speak, there is a decent chance that you may lose the thing that makes it VTubing, so to speak. But that's a conversation for a different stream. Management requires close communication. On that, I am agreed. Managing overseas talent remotely while in Japan, I thought it was not realistic to do, given the time difference and physical distance issues. And based off of some of the problems that have emerged over the course of across various different Brave companies over the course of the past year, I'd say that he was probably correct with that initial assumption. But to go on, However, the problem was easily solved by a chance encounter. The important bases, Brave Group US and Brave Group Europe, were established by chance when I met someone who could set them up. It was a global expansion that began with this connection. Coincidence? Times? Excitement. Before I knew it, all the conditions for starting a business were met. Brave Group US. The first overseas office is Brave Group US. It was established in June 2023 through coincidence and excitement. Originally, Brave Group was a shareholder in MetaBash, a startup company that had already started up in the US. Sorry, give me a second. Coincidence? Think Red Thread, but Tech Bro edition. Quote, the opportunity came when we invested in the company as one of the investors. MetaBash was a joint venture between several companies and was a metaverse business company. Although we had a great team of talented people, the metaverse business did not take off as expected, and we decided to withdraw from the business. In the situation where the business was gone and only the organization remained, MetaBash CEO Nobutaka Hayashi, currently Brave Group US CEO, suggested that we try to set up a US branch of Brave Group. Now, I don't know about you, but again, going back to 2019 and Rezo's spat with the Game Club project, another one of the mistakes that Brave Group made was taking an idea from an executive that was in charge of a failed project and running with it. Remember that according to Naguchi, now again, granted, this could be him palming off responsibility for one of Brave Group's lowlights onto someone who can no longer speak up for themselves. But remember that according to Naguchi, the whole CTuber thing, that was Rezo's idea. Which means that Rezo drove the IP into the ground with the initial controversy, made it dead in the water for a little bit, then suggested an idea which Naguchi accepted, and that led to, well, the complete explosion of the Game Club project. Now again, I'm not saying that it's an equivalent here, though granted, given that Lani alleged that it was executives, assumedly from the US branch, the one that bought Idle, the one that Idle operates under, who were working on fabricating an NDA breach, I'm not too certain that these people are trustworthy. However, that being said, I don't think it's a great decision when you have someone who is the CEO of a metaverse company, they do metaverse things, the company fails because you suck at doing metaverse things, or because you were simply misled as to the size and viability of the market, and then you listen to their ideas when it comes to starting a different company. Because sure, the company in a vacuum, starting up the company as an idea in a vacuum, might be an okay idea, but are they the right person to run it? I don't know. That doesn't sound like something that can be taken for granted. Alco, welcome to the stream. Welcome in, Alco Raiders. We are roasting poor company decisions when it comes to expanding overseas. Tentacle raid. Is that what we're calling it now? Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. So, suggested we try to set up a US branch of Brave Group. The most difficult hurdle in doing business in America is setting up a local organization. Not only is there a language barrier, but it is also difficult to recruit people, including those who can start a business locally. Well, would you know it, when you brought on Idle, you also brought on a few managers that the talents liked, and they seem to have no problem acclimating to English-speaking audiences, or English-speaking audiences in America, so I wonder what happened to that. However, the organization is already in place, and the language barrier is not an issue. Upon further inquiry, we learned that many of the US team, including the founding members of Metabash, are originally VTuber fans, and are people who are passionate about VTubers and want to run a VTuber production company. The organization is already in place, with people who are passionate about the VTuber business. It occurred to us, hey, maybe all the conditions are in place to start a business, and before we knew it, Brave Group US was up and running. A fateful encounter led me to Rise. What a beautiful story. Then, and this is the fun part, then they get to Brave Group Europe. Quote, up until now, business decisions have been made based on encounters with people, connections, and whether the members have a desire and to do whether the members have a desire to do the business, whether or that makes it sound like they're taking a shit. Whether or not the members have a desire to do the business, whether or not a strategy is correct is something that is added on later. I love that idea, by the way, right? Do you have a desire to try something? Don't worry about strategy. We can get to that later, right? You know what? That actually explains why the termination notices that were put out by Globey earlier on this year were written the way that they were. If this is the underlying philosophy guiding the way that they do things, holy shit. However, Brave Group Europe, which was launched at the same time as Brave Group US, is an example of a company that was established when the company's strategic direction for global expansion and the passion and aspirations for its members matched perfectly from the moment they first met. Brave Group has had global expansion in mind as part of its business strategy for some time now. In particular, they believe that Europe, especially France, where Japanese culture, manga, and VTubers are very popular, is an important base for Brave Group. Then why didn't you start off with Brave Group France? Better question, why doesn't Brave Group EU encompass France? Because branding-wise, it would be really fucking stupid if someone were to hypothetically make Brave Group EU and Brave Group France two separate branches, no? Especially if, well, let's say they had a French-speaking talent under Brave Group EU and they fucked that one up somehow. That would be really fucking dumb, wouldn't it? But to continue, manga is very popular. It is an important base for Brave Group. Furthermore, the fact that no other companies in the industry have yet expanded into Europe was an important factor in making it their base. Now, here's the thing. When another company doesn't do something, and this is a lesson that V Shoujo learned rather painfully and face first, just because other companies aren't doing something doesn't mean that that something is this magical pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. It could simply be that no company does it because all the other companies that tried are dead or dying. It could be a case of natural selection rather than leprechaun gold. Unfortunately, Brave seems to have missed the memo, at least as of when this autobiography was published. It was all this time that he had a fateful... Sorry, give me a second. Let me just make sure I didn't skip past something. Important factor making is the best. It was at this time that he had a fateful encounter, that I had a fateful encounter with Takahiro Takizawa, currently Brave Group Europe Managing Director and head of the EU Business Division. Takizawa graduated from a high school in the UK and a music college in France and loves Europe. He has always wanted to live and work within the EU. He also is well versed in entertainment, having graduated from a music college, and music is also one of his hobbies. It was inevitable that Takizawa, who loves new things, would become interested in VTubers. Now, I'm very interested as to what kind of music he studied in college, because there's a very big difference between, classical music and what VTubers do when they're making cover songs. But on top of that, Why are his qualifications studied in the UK, studied in France, likes the EU, and that's pretty much it. Like, I failed to see the benefit of giving him a position there besides just allowing him to get a work visa so he can stay in Europe for longer, which I mean is fine if that is the goal, but at the same time, you got a business to run. What else says that this guy is going to be able to run a VTuber business? Because a VTuber business is not quite the same thing as, you know, a music business or well, whatever specialties or things that he took in high school. Though I doubt that's going to have much bearing on your career later on in life. But questions that apparently were never asked in the early stages of Brave's expansion. Takizawa's desire to spread VTuber culture in Europe matched our vision, so the decision to launch Brave Group Europe was quickly made. It was truly a fateful encounter at a miraculous time that led to the launch of the business. To become a business company, that prioritizes the excitement of the members. Kendra, welcome to the stream. Welcome in, Kendra Raiders. We're going through the CEO of Brave Group's articulation of his underlying philosophy behind why he essentially puts random executives in positions of authority without really looking too hard at their qualifications. And here's the thing, right? Here is why I'm picking on Brave Group EU and Takizawa in particular, right? Because Brave Group EU does not seem to be doing too hot. And I don't mean in terms of getting into controversies or even multiple people graduating at the same time, because both of those are indicators that maybe something's not right, but they're not, you know, they're not definitive. The company is kind of unraveling silently. However, like I've said many times before on my streams, a company's lifeblood is money. And when a company can't make money, you have a problem. And so, earlier on in the week, I was going back to Companies House UK, basically the place where everyone registers, you know, their business. When you start up a business in the UK, you need to, in England specifically, United Kingdom, you need to register with this website, Companies House. And so I went back to Brave Group Europe just to, you know, do a little bit of a check, just to see if they've added in any new information or updated anything from, you know, in between the last Brave stream that I did and this one. And one of the things that I found to be quite interesting is the address. See, at the top of the Companies House UK website, they have a little disclaimer. Companies House does not verify the accuracy of the information filed. And because I'm autistic, I started going through and verifying the information that they had on their, you know, just their homepage. Their registered official address, according to their, you know, their entry on this website, is Hawk House, Old Station Road, Loughton, Essex, UK, IG10 4PL. And so I went to Companies House's separate directory, because they have one of those, right? They have essentially a directory where you enter an address and it tells you what businesses are registered on that location. Funny thing, I copy-pasted that registered office address that was on the Brave Europe Limited Companies House website, and I put it into the Companies House directory, and it brought up 4 companies that were registered at that address. None of those 4 companies are Brave Group Europe. So I don't know what exactly that means. I don't know if that means that Brave Group Europe doesn't actually have an office in the UK, or if maybe they registered under that address and they're no longer there. But it does seem a little weird that if you enter in the same address that's on their Companies House profile into the Companies House directory, it doesn't show you Brave Group Europe under that address. Now, you'd assume if they simply moved somewhere else, then that new address would also be added onto their official profile, the overview, right? But apparently not. And so, having found this little tidbit of inconsistency, I started looking through some of the other stuff that was submitted under this page. And wouldn't you know it, in between the last stream that I did on Brave and this one, turns out that Brave Group Europe had lodged a few more files. Because when I looked through their filing history, as recently as the 29th of August, they lodged an accounts document. Accounts for a small company made up to 30th of September 2024. So this is an account of their finances all the way up to September, the end of September in 2024. Granted, it has been quite a bit of time since then, almost an entire year since then. However, the picture that this accounts document paints of Brave Group Europe's finances is not one that bestows a lot of confidence. Because if you go and actually read it in terms of the general information where it gives you an overview of what they are, undergoing concern, is stated the following sentence. The financial statements show that the company has made a loss of 709,195 Great British pounds in the year and has net liabilities of 677,018 Great British pounds at the balance sheet date. Now, what that means is that they are in the hole for 700, roughly, if we round up, 710,000 Great British pounds. And when you deduct the assets that they possess, they are in the hole for just 677,000 Great British pounds. That is... Now, again, I don't run companies. This could be child's play when it comes to, how much a company can be in the debt for while still being completely fine, right? But that sounds like a lot of money to be in the hole for. That's a big deficit. And the reason why this is especially pertinent is because one day before they lodged this accounts document, on August 28th of this year, a news organization by the name of IT Media News came out with an article saying Brave Group's deficit expands, net loss reaches 800 million yen to 2.1 billion yen, and capital decreases. VTuber content, Vispo, on August 27th, Brave Group, which handles the following, announced its financial results for the 7th period, October 1st, 2023 to September 30th, 2024, in its official gazette. As a result, the company posted a net loss of 2,156,453,000 yen, and the deficit widened from the 6th period. That means that for 6 years in a row, they have made a loss. What the fuck are you doing if that is the case for your company? And how the fuck do you keep getting venture capital money? In conjunction with the announcement of financial results, the company also revealed that it had reduced its capital by 1,233,445,960 yen, and capital reserves by 400 million yen. Announcement of financial results for the 6th period from October 1st, 2022 to September 30th, 2023, the net loss was 884,631,000 yen, resulting in a deficit widening of about 2.4 times. Meanwhile, total assets have increased from 3,536,159,000 yen to 4,192,687,000 yen. In Brave Group, over the course of 23 to 24, we established 5 overseas bases in 4 countries and are actively investing, including acquiring the business of overseas VTuber groups Idol. In July 2025, the company merged with Stellive, one of South Korea's largest VTuber production companies, and launched a base in South Korea. Now that's a lot of stats, but the one that sticks out to me is 2.1 billion yen lost. Now, when you convert the amount that was lost by Brave Group Europe alone, right, from Great British Pounds to Japanese yen, what you get is 134,713,454 yen. However, if we round up to the nearest million yen, that's roughly 135 million. Now, 135 million is not 2.1 billion, but that is the 0.1. And again, you would think that if the director you put in charge of this branch of your company has not managed to turn around a deficit that large over the course of the multiple years that they've been in charge of that particular branch of your company, you probably wouldn't give them too long of a leash. You know, maybe some of their suggestions and or projects should be regarded with a bit of apprehension. Maybe, just maybe. Again, the reason why this is also pertinent is because Brave has specified, Naguchi himself specifies in this autobiography multiple times that the aim of this whole endeavor is to go public. The reason why Brave is burning money trying to expand, giving the impression of growth and promising, basically just swearing by its by everything that it can that it will surely turn a profit in the future, that it has growth potential, is because they are trying their damnedest to go public. Here's the thing though. When you read through the way that Naguchi conceives, or the way that he presents the overseas expansion, the entire process of it, it doesn't, how do I say this? It doesn't get across, it doesn't give me the impression that he's overly concerned with ensuring its success. For example, quote, "As a criterion in business decisions, it may not be common to prioritize a person's own excitement when making business decisions. Is it in line with business strategy? Are there any problems in terms of cost management? In reality, there are probably standards that an organization should prioritize." But still, it's always comforting when you say, when a CEO of a company says, there are standards that organizations should prioritize. But if possible, I want to make it my number one priority to make sure each member has fun. This truly is the McDonald's of VTuber corporations. Not even McDonald. This is the Ronald McDonald of VTuber corporations. But to continue, overseas business, and this is the line that blows my mind as to how he wrote this into the autobiography and thought that this was a good idea to publish. Right? Overseas business is in the midst of a grand experiment. Now, look. If you were staff or talent working at a Brave overseas branch, and you read the CEO say, you are in the middle. You are a grand experiment. If I were to interpret that charitably, maybe that means that they're trying to innovate using you, right? That's what I would put on a LinkedIn post. If I were to interpret it the way that I would normally do so, me personally, that sounds like success is a second priority to me. Second, if that. Possibly third, maybe fourth. Behind fun, so to speak, and excitement. But, yeah, sentences like that do not tend to fill me with confidence. Yes, Beyond, kind of like that. In the beginning, we jumped into overseas business with nothing but enthusiasm and momentum, but now we have 5 locations in 4 countries. Again, with the number monkeying. Liam, welcome to the stream. About a year has passed since we started several overseas projects, and there are probably many things that have become clear only because we have put them into practice. I suppose learning face first is a valid way of learning. It's just a matter of saving enough face to end up with, not all of it on the pavement, so to speak. Although we may refer to it as overseas, the nature of the market is of course completely different in each area. We understand the characteristics of each market through our local business, and each time we do so, we adjust our business strategy to suit the area and find the optimal method. I proceeded by making choices. Maximize performance by putting the right people in the right places. When a new company joins the group, we take great care not to create a quote-unquote negative situation. Between Vishojo's pitch slide having industry-defining contracts and Naguchi saying in his autobiography that when a new company joins the group, we take great care not to create a negative situation in February of this year. 2 months before Lani alleged that executives at Brave US tried to fabricate an NDA breach to terminate her, character assassination style. It's hard to tell which of the two aged more poorly. I think Vishojo wins, but the gap isn't as big as many people would assume. We only propose the positive changes that can come from joining the group. I'm sure you do. This does not mean only showing the good side, but actually not imposing burdens, such as huge increase in workload, for example. As an example, startup companies and companies that have been running their business successfully with a small number of people tend to have a large number of people in charge of general affairs, human resources. There are surprisingly many companies that do not have a well-established back-office system for finance, legal affairs, etc., or that are understaffed. In such cases, Brave Group always allocates manpower to support them, or allows them to hire new personnel. I wonder what new personnel Idle got to hire. I wonder. Surely they didn't try to push out any of the old managers at Idle when they acquired that, did they? That would be a little strange. But in any case, or allows them to hire new personnel in order to minimize the burden that comes with business integration. The back office work involved in a business integration is extremely diverse, including the preparation of financial reports and unification of accounting processes required for the integration and preparation of contracts and legal documents, and the review and unification of employment conditions, salaries, and evaluation systems for each employee. Furthermore, as Brave Group is currently aiming to go public, it inevitably has high requirements for documents to be submitted and responses, which places heavy burden on the companies joining it. Evidently, the burden isn't heavy enough, seeing as how Brave Group managed to somehow bungle their way into essentially buying Idle and Blossom of all things. But go off, King. This is why we confirm through dialogue where the other party is short on resources and what tasks will become a burden. And Brave Group takes on those burdens. By the way, Idle viewers and Idle fans in chat, if there are any, if you Oshi one of the Idle talents, remind me. I remember one of the things that Brave said, one of the things that Idle said was a major factor in Brave forming that strategic partnership with them in 2023, if I remember correctly, or 2024, I forget which year it was. So many things have happened since then. One of the things that I remember them saying was that Brave was going to help them with the subathon rewards that didn't seem to exist. Did they ever follow up on that, or is that still something that's in limbo? Because the last I heard of it, I think I heard that Brave was putting the kibosh on those promises. Apparently, so yeah, any Idle fans in chat, feel free to confirm if Brave has actually done anything to actually, fulfill those quote-unquote those burdens, so to speak. To lighten those burdens, alleviate those burdens, so to speak. How can we make those who join our group feel that it is beneficial to them and that it was a good decision to join the group? Rhetorical question, very good one. One that I struggle to answer myself. So, the last thing is, when it comes to that whole goal of going public and how it informs their strategy, right? This is, to my knowledge, the earliest mention that they've had when they've outright come and said, yeah, we are aiming to go public. But again, I want to emphasize, this is not something that's, any means hidden or private information. It's been publicized very openly and out there, right? For example, August 15th, Naguchi publishes yet another interview article where, between him and the CFO of Brave Group, where they basically talk about how the ultimate aim of the company is to go public, right? The market is a tailwind. Members, I want you to believe me and follow me. Naguchi, we have to keep up with the market and trends. We consistently say the same thing, but we also subtly adjust it depending on the investor attributes and industry trends and phases. To be honest, we didn't have this much of an outlook at the beginning of 2022, but the times are strangely catching up with what we want to do. Kosugi says, I'm sure, I feel like times have caught up. I think it's a good direction for an IPO. This is a position where we would need to establish and communicate the rules that we want our members to follow in preparation for an IPO, but I don't want them to stop growing. Naguchi says, I'm sure I want them to take the current direction of the wind as an ally and say, believe in it and follow me. There's a lot of believing going on at Brave, according to Naguchi. Perhaps a similar amount of believing as went on in V Shoujo, now that I think about it. I'm just a casual Chikaluzi fan? Ah, okay, I see. Watched a few formerly known. Idol can't recall them doing that. Ah, I see. Pro tip, don't buy VTuber stock, especially not Brave. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, buying HoloLive stock doesn't seem to be too bad, but even that is very slow in turning a profit, so... If you're going to buy HoloLive stock, don't be, Don't expect a quick turnaround in terms of return. But I do think that HoloLive stock is, of the VTuber companies, funnily enough, I do think that HoloLive stock and Niji stock are equally good to buy. This is not financial advice, by the way. But from what I have seen, I think it is very difficult to kill the value of Niji Sanji stock because it has always managed to rise above time and time again, which I find to be quite perplexing. But I mean, if you can't beat them, join them, that kind of thing. Being a company that can always grow is a key point even after going public. To which Naguchi replies saying, exactly, there will be more things that will need to be protected, but I want all members to be free to do so without worrying about that and stopping. And when they talk about expanding overseas, here's the thing that's a little, shall we say, interesting about their overseas expansion, right? Because like I said before, you would think, especially if you are losing that much money year on year, you'd probably want to sort of tighten your belts a little bit and maybe cut down on the amount of accelerating, maybe cut down on the amount of expanding. Especially when it comes to specific people who may not seem to be able to guide their respective branches under their care to profitability or even being in the black rather than being in the red. You probably shouldn't give them that long of a leash to start new projects and stuff that you don't know will provide some sort of return, right? But here's the thing. Some very interesting things happen if you start to look at Brave Group's homepage through the Wayback Machine in terms of how they're approaching expansion. If you look at the version of the Brave Group homepage at the end of January of this year, and you look through the quick stats that they give right at the bottom, right? They have 15 group companies, 13 offices around the world, 382 employees, 33 million total channel subscribers across all of their talents, across all of their companies. But then, compare this snapshot of the homepage with the snapshot on the homepage March 15th of 2025. As you can see, some bits of the graphics have been adjusted. but as have the numbers. Do you guys spot some things that are a little interesting about this shift in appearance between this snapshot from January 30 and this snapshot from March 15? Yeah, Brosum. That's not quite it. That is a new company that they've added. But that's not quite what I was aiming for. Newport Brosum? No, not quite. Subs never changed? Yeah, that is quite telling, isn't it? That is quite telling. But there's something else as well. See, the thing is, when you look at the graphics, there are a few discrepancies in terms of how much the numbers have increased in terms of each respective stat and what is actually shown in the graphic as well. Because usually you would expect those two things to be one-on-one, right? One-to-one, sorry. See, the thing is, they say in between January 30 and March 15th, the number of group companies that Brave supposedly owns goes from 15 to 18. But here's the thing. When you look at the graphic that accompanies March 15, it only has 17 companies showing. So which leaves the question, where is the 18th company? But they also say that they've expanded from 13 offices to 15 around the world. And again, when you look at the various different branches that are listed and presumably the offices to match, nothing else has cropped up since then. So I went looking through Brave's news archives. And the 15 offices around the world are accounted for in this article that was published March 12th of 2025, which states, Brave Group establishes their first branch office in Osaka with Brave Group West. Brave Group announces the establishment of its first branch office in Japan with the Osaka-based Brave Group West led by Hitoshi Morikawa, with the goal of facilitating collaboration with local businesses and drive initiatives like reinforcing the roles of VTubers in marketing efforts as well as the launch of new VTubers. And at the bottom, in this statement by Naguchi himself, he states, with the establishment of our first Japanese branch office, Brave Group has a presence of 15 locations across 5 countries worldwide. And with that, the 15 is now accounted for. However, fast forward between March 15th and May 31st, the number has changed again. 15 offices around the world has gone to 17, and also on top of that, 2 new graphics have been added to the gallery that, well, sits above the stats. 2 new branches, to be exact. Brave Group Korea and Brave Group France. Apparently, if you go to Brave Group, if you go onto France's company registry and you search up Brave Group France, this was a company that was formally founded and registered on May 2nd of 2025. And guess who is the one who is running the company? That's right, Takizawa Takahiro, the same person who is running Brave Group Europe. Now, I have a number of questions about this particular decision, most of which I've listed off before earlier on in the stream. Why the fuck do you have Brave Group France and Brave Group EU as separate things? If, for example, the EU encompasses France. Like from a branding, like I understand if, for example, one is mostly catered towards English-speaking audiences, and the other is designed to be catering to French-speaking audiences. But one, you had a French talent, you've bungled that one somehow. But also, on top of that, branding-wise, the two don't really make a lot of sense. And isn't the whole point of Globy, you know, the fact that it's a fucking globe, as in all around the world, as in multiple different languages? Is that not part of the brand? Why do you need a whole separate branch just for that? Just for one of the languages, that one of the other non-English languages that are a part of the EU? From a branding perspective, I just don't understand the thought process behind this. Unless, of course, they were going to try to start a new company that caters specifically to a French-speaking audience. In which case, I mean, good luck. But this is the same person who oversaw Brave Group Europe for multiple years, at the end of which it seems to still be in practically well, it had a reduction in its net liability. Well, sorry, no, I shouldn't say that. It is still 135 million yen in the hole, even after all that time. Why are you giving him a long enough leash to go off and establish another branch when you have no guarantee as to how much of an audience and how much revenue a branch like that would have access to? It just doesn't make any sense. Like, I understand it looks good on paper, because, wow, we established a new office in a new country, and we're catering to a new audience, and we're expanding across the globe. But if you sit down and think about it for 2 seconds, this is such a redundant waste of resources. Because the resources you would put into establishing a whole new branch, why couldn't you just invest that amount of resources into Globy and double down on the whole, globe part of the branding? Like, I understand that the globe is black in the logo, but come on. It's just mind-boggling to me that you have the same person who's in charge of both of these. And how is he going to split his time between those two branches once France becomes a thing, with like an actual roster of talents? Is he going to be divvying up his attention between the two groups of them, the two companies, or how is that going to work? Are they going to get a new managing director specifically of Brave France to, offset Brave Europe, or how's that going to work? This just seems like such a poorly thought out decision. This reminds me of when Idol tried Idol ES as like a thing, or Idol Hebrew. Like, I think that sounds like a good idea, right? But it doesn't sound like a great business idea. Or he just raised his... See, that's the thing, Ray. I am, having now read the autobiography, I am convinced that this was born out of nothing more than excitement and fun and Takahiro happening to raise his hand, so to speak. Because I don't see an angle in which this makes sense when Globy and Brave EU already exist. It just seems like spreading the company resources thinner for no reason whatsoever. Which, to be fair, describes a lot of Brave Group's expansion strategy. But it is, again, a little more jarring every single time you see it in practice. So that's that, right? That answers the question, at least partially, of, okay, how is Brave Group continuing to expand in the year 2025? However, again, we come back to that thing, that discrepancy between the group company numbers. Because if you notice something, between March 15th, 2025 and May 31st, 2025, the number of in-group companies actually goes back down. It goes from 18 briefly during this period, and then whoever's operating the homepage goes back and edits it back down to 17. Now that is something I find to be quite interesting, because that could mean one of two things. Either Brave somehow gained and lost a company in that short span of time, or, more realistically, they had a company that, shall we say, they accidentally showed here without meaning to do so. Now, I think it's a 50-50 between them consolidating Blossom into Enalis and therefore reducing the number that way. Or, given the amount of competence that they have displayed, possibly that they leaked in March that they were acquiring an extra company on top of all of that. Because, turns out that after May 31st, in early July, or halfway through July, Brave would announce that they were acquiring yet another VTuber company, this time a VTuber company based in South Korea. On July 16th, Brave would release a press release stating, quote, Stellive, the major Korean VTuber agency, merges with Brave Group, establishing Brave Group Korea to drive the growth of the VTuber business centered on Japan and Korea. Brave Group announces that the major Korean VTuber agency, Stellive, will be merged into the group, as well as the establishment of Brave Group Korea to promote operations in the region. Background: Brave Group, a prominent Japanese company dedicated to the production of IP and digital content, recognized for its leadership in the VTuber industry, that's a funny joke, continues to expand its global presence through a wide range of IP-driven businesses, including content production, platform development, and digital solutions. With a mission to deliver a Japanese adventure into a global romance and strike wonder in 8 billion hearts, now that's a phrase, Brave Group is actively pursuing international growth opportunities. As part of its global expansion strategy, Brave Group announced the launch of Brave Global Capital, an investment and partnership initiative aimed at accelerating the development of the next-generation IP ecosystem through strategic mergers, capital alliances, and cross-border collaborations. Again, a lot of that is technobabble word soup. When they say next generation IP ecosystem, what they basically mean is just a whole bunch of interconnected services that is designed to produce IP, right? This is stuff like what I assume to be 3D studios, merch providers, talent management agencies, etc., etc. This initiative laid the groundwork for the current business integration of Stellive. The Korean VTuber market is the third largest in the world, following Japan and the United States, drawing on the expertise in fan community, building through global success of K-pop idols. The Korean VTuber scene has gained both popularity and mainstream recognition, highlighted by a virtual idol group achieving #1 ranking on a national Korean TV music program. By the way, I just realized that this confirms something of a rat that we spoke about back when VNU was having their delayed graduation controversy earlier this year. See, I said back then that when it comes to expanding your reach via acquiring companies and buying them outright, there have only been 2 holding companies in VTubing that have been known to do that: Brave Group and Strawberry Prince. Assuming that Brave Group is only going to settle for Stellive as their Korean VTuber agency of choice to purchase, which I am convinced at this point that they probably will, given how much money they are losing year on year. They do have quite a lot to burn, but at a certain point you have to start cutting back somehow. Assuming that Brave Group is done buying out Korean VTuber agencies, and this was the one that they were focused on buying, through process of elimination, that means that the investor that VNU was looking to butter up could have been Strawberry Prince. That is, again, assuming that those are the only 2 who are using that strategy, because those are the only 2 who have been known to use that strategy. But I do wonder if that makes it the case. Stellive, established in April 2023, is one of the fastest growing VTuber production companies in Korea, led by the female streamer Gangs, who has amassed over 700,000 YouTube subscribers. The agency currently manages 9 talents, with a combined total of over 1.8 million YouTube subscribers. Actually, you know what, while I'm talking about this, if you are watching the stream and you enjoy what you are seeing, if you find this entertaining and or informative, and if you have enjoyed what I've been talking and yapping about so far, please like the video, and if you aren't already subscribed, please consider subscribing. Since YouTube changed the algorithm and murdered audiences worldwide, or, well, not audiences as much as just lurkers, unfortunately now, unless you like or subscribe, YouTube doesn't even count you as a person, so yeah, it really helps me out if you feel like doing that. Very much appreciated. And over 1.5 million followers on any Koreans in chat to tell me how I should pronounce this? Chazuk? Chizuk? Chizk? Korea's popular streaming platform. A pop-up store held in May 2025 drew approximately 9,000 visitors, underscoring Stellive's rapid and ongoing growth. Figures as of July 2025. Makiris, thank you for the gifted membership. Abniero, welcome to the club. Hope you enjoy those emotes. Samed Vinyata, thank you. I appreciate that. By leveraging Brave Group's full suite of assets, including advanced production capabilities and extensive experience in merchandising and goodies sales, this new multifaceted strategy aims to accelerate further Stellive's growth. And finally, a little bit of a statement by both of the CEOs of the respective companies that are undergoing the merger. Words from the representatives. Jung Do-young, CEO of Stellive Inc. Lurkers don't have human rights, apparently. I'm sorry for your loss. If it was up to me, I would not have done it, but unfortunately, YouTube is a funny platform sometimes. Lurker oppression. Truer words have not been said. Quote, I still vividly remember when our journey with Brave Group first began. What started as a simple conversation gradually grew into a relationship built on trust. Today, I'm truly delighted and excited that we can now move forward together as one team. Stellive has always been a place where individual talents, each shining with their own unique color, come together like stars, illuminating and uplifting one another. With this spirit, we have nurtured our dreams, and I hold great hope that together with Brave Group, we can now take those dreams even further while staying true to this vision that we have always held dear. Thanks to our previous partnership, we have already been able to take on many new challenges. Now, as part of the group, I sincerely hope that Stellive can continue to preserve its unique identity and core values. I would be deeply grateful if you would continue to support and warmly watch over Stellive's journey. Thank you, as always, for your support. Kaito Naguchi. I still vividly remember the day I met Stellive's CEO. I'm sure this wasn't pre-scripted. Shortly after the company was founded. As we worked together through our business partnership, the desire to take on an even greater challenge on the global scale grew stronger. After many discussions, I am truly pleased that this has led to a full business integration. Well, with Stellive and Brave Group now joining forces, we aim to launch a world-class project from Korea, aiming for the global stage. We hope that you will continue to support us and look forward to what's to come as we grow together. And thus was born Brave Group Korea. Makiris, thank you for the 2. Lurker Genocide. Amen. I listened to one of the Stellive girls. They are cute. No idea about their actual content, though. Ah, fair enough. I haven't watched that many Korean VTubers, unless we're counting VTubers who happen to be Korean, instead of VTubers like, in Korea. But, I wonder. I wonder if tuning into a Korean VTuber stream would be significantly different to tuning into a Japanese one for me. But in any case, having established that these are the latest moves that Brave Group has made in order to expand its reach across the globe, again, what are they envisioning? What is the ultimate goal? When Naguchi caps off his autobiography, what does he say Brave Group is? What does he define Brave Group as? Well, the answer's a little funny. Quote, Brave Group serves as an example of our vision to become a group of entrepreneurs that shape the times, bringing the allied forces to the mission. On the other hand, rather than just creating businesses from scratch, the company is also actively pursuing business integration and intends to continue accelerating this trend. Now again, in between February and, well, now, September or August, when the article came out from IT Media News, a lot of time has passed, more than 6 months. It is entirely possible that within that time, Brave has come to their senses and decided that maybe accelerating until death is probably not a great idea. But it is completely possible that they are still going to pursue that strategy even after acquiring Stellive. Only time will tell. This is just my personal opinion, but when I research companies operating in the VTuber business and related fields, I find that there are many companies that I feel are a waste. There are many companies that have high technology and quality but are unable to scale due to their small business scale. Companies that have good things but lack ideas, and companies that have the potential to make a big leap forward by filling in the missing pieces. By inviting these companies into our group, we will create an allied force that can compete on the world stage. Again, this is the same holding company that purchased Idol and purchased Blossom. But again, what is the ultimate aim? What is the underlying philosophy? What does Naguchi want to leave his readers with when it comes to defining the image of Brave Group in their minds? Well, simple. Final chapter. Background of writing. And this is where the self-aggrandizement and self-glazing becomes just that little bit more prominent. I thought deeply about whether I should write this book and whether now was the right time to publish it. The events of 5 years ago are something no one wants to remember, and there may be various drawbacks to leaving them in a book. Why bother to rehash them when it would not be strange for them to be forgotten? Although we had the option of not mentioning or sharing this information, we decided to publish it because we want to run our business in an open and honest manner. Fabricating NDA breaches? Doesn't sound very open and honest to me. Nowadays, we are somewhat praised as a company with momentum. I mean, that's certainly one thing to describe it. But it is not always smooth sailing. We must not make the same mistakes again. We look back on our history and think about how we got to where we are now. We thought it was necessary for all members, including future colleagues, to know who we really are and what our future plans are. The most important thing in the history of Brave Group, the members we have and the people who have supported us to get to where we are today. Oh, how wholesome. Next, I wanted people to know about my life so far. The way I've lived, my feelings about Brave Group, my personality. What I personally want to accomplish is ultimately very much linked to the company's purpose, mission, vision, and values. Although it may be presumptuous of me to mention a few things, I believe that letting you know about me will deepen your understanding of Brave Group. To be fair, it has. Not in a way that makes Brave Group look too much better, in my opinion. I also look back with feelings of apology to those who were inconvenienced and distressed by the incident 5 years ago. Cover design, flame, resurrection from the flames, and burning courage. The result is a very unique design, but we also wanted it to be punchy and provocative, so that it would be clear at a glance that the company has overcome the controversy. An interesting assertion. Brave Group is facing extremely challenging management challenges, including expanding overseas, launching multiple businesses, and integrating management. There is more to this, but the rest is pretty much of the same. Reiterating the whole shtick of, well, we are expanding, we have momentum, we are the future because we try, etc., etc. But when it comes to defining Brave, this is, well, pretty much all of it. This is the underlying themes of the entire autobiography. And when you read the autobiography, when you look at it from a bird's eye view, when you try to absorb the major themes that recur throughout it, there is one in particular that gives me great concern. Something we've actually talked about on this channel before. A phenomenon where you are so obsessed with with perceiving the future, imagining the future, that you lose sight of the present and of the past. Hyperopia. And when I read through Naguchi's autobiography, hyperopia is one of the strongest, most frequently recurring themes that play out in his words, in how he describes his methods of operation, his strategy, his philosophy, the way that the mistakes of the past have been supposedly memorialized, learned from, and processed. Hyperopia infests all of those aspects of his recounting, not just of the prior controversies, but of his explanations and his underlying justifications for what Brave Group is currently doing. Now, it's not the only theme, but it is one of the big ones in my opinion. And so, when you actually look through what this autobiography reveals about the past controversies, and when you hold it up side by side with what Brave Group is currently going through in terms of the controversies that have affected its various companies, Idle / Chroma Shift, V4 Mirai, Globy, pretty much the, Palette Project, I would make the argument, Enalis, Blossom, that fucking mess, Riot Music, you start to notice that there are a few takeaways that, in my opinion, should probably be noted when you're observing Brave Group's decisions and trying to make sense of them. When you actually read through Kaito Naguchi's autobiography, and again, like I said, you hold up how he talks about and frames the controversies of Brave's past up against the way that the controversies of Brave's present. Few things stand out. First, it is clear that Brave Group has not learned from its past mistakes. They managed to deal with it, but at this point I'm convinced that they managed to deal with it effectively only through dumb luck, rather than any sort of conscious decision to eradicate a problem and prevent it from happening again. Second, very obvious, Brave Group is losing money. Fast, and a lot of it. Third, Brave Group does not view its talents or their audiences as its primary demographic, and as a result, neither are its primary concern or priority. That's why they're dumping money into Google ads, assuming they're not botting, right? Let's assume that they're not stupid enough to bot their talents. This is a company that is willing to dump money into Google ads instead of, I don't know, maybe funding some sort of marketing campaign for its VTubers that might actually result in more CCV. Maybe hosting events. Actually, it's funny because the indies nowadays are hosting better events than most of these corpos. Where I think it was Kana Yanagi that was hosting these 100-strong VTuber Minecraft collabs or something, where even if you organize events like that as a company, that can really do a lot for promoting your talents. I just don't understand why you're not doing that. If you took all of the money that you spent on Google ads, however much that is, you put it towards, I don't know, paying people to build Minecraft worlds that you then get a bunch of different VTubers into, combination indie and corpo potentially, if that's the kind of thing you're alright with, you have an excellent way of promoting things through a big sort of, cross-creator event that is way more effective at generating exposure for your talents than fucking Google ads, of all things. But hey, who knows? Fourth, Brave Group's failings are very obviously not a flaw, but a feature of its organizational structure and policies. Do they push out existing managers once they acquire a new company? That's a feature, not a flaw. Do they... Sorry, give me a second. Do their branch executives have varying degrees of competence between each individual one? That's a feature, not a flaw. Courtesy of your adventure system, Lamau. Again, there are many aspects of Brave's failings that actually come across as, is the emphasis on, doing things first and then strategy second. That's not a flaw, that's a feature of the, the whole excitement and connection and all of that stuff first philosophy that seems to underlie the way that Brave does things, at least among the executives. Fifth, Company policy and strategic decisions reflect the concerns of investors and executives above all other parties. This kind of ties in with point 3, but again, it bears repeating in my opinion. And finally, this is the most important one. Brave Group does not seem to be changing course. They don't seem like they've changed the way that they do things. They still seem like they're just going to accelerate until collapse. They're just crossing their fingers and basically playing a game of chicken with the future to see if they collapse before the acceleration manages to dupe more venture capital suckers into giving them more money and reinforcing the infinite money loop, so to speak. But when you look at Brave and the way that they've been operating over the past, well, few years or so, that's something that really stands out. That they're not changing course, and the course that they're currently set on is one that many other companies before them have attempted to pursue and collapsed doing so. Collapsed while doing so, I should say, sorry. And the only difference between Brave and those companies is money. And when you run out of money, the difference stops existing. Because I'll be honest, when I look at the decisions that have been made by Brave's executives, I do not see competence. Sure, you can see competence here and there. For example, virtual entertainment and Vispo are run with a great degree of competence. But I would also guess that that is the reason why it's been so segregated from all of the other Brave properties. And also it is success that Brave had no hand in creating itself. It merely, well, piggybacked off of it by handing over money. So, if you are someone who is invested in Brave in any way, I would advise you to be a little cautious about being too optimistic about Brave's future as a company. Mostly because it does not seem to have a plan for the future beyond let's spend money and hope somehow there's a return. Let's spread ourselves thin and pass that off as growth. Let's hope that investors are smart enough to look, but too stupid to look deeply into what exactly has been going on behind the scenes. And that about sums up their entire strategy. But most of all, the reason why I advise against optimism when it comes to the way that Brave does things is very simple. It's the same reason that I settled upon when I ended my last Brave stream, which is that if we look at incentives, if we look at Brave as a company, if we look at the decisions that they have made up until this point, it is very, very clear. You are a talent, if you are a viewer, Brave Group, the company, does not give a shit about you. You are just a number to them. And the only number that really matters is not your CCV, although I think that they would prefer that it be higher for the sake of that being an additional number they can flex, but the number next to your username when you boot up YouTube or Twitch. And that's pretty much it. Because that's the one that they sell to their investors. That's the one that they display on their homepage, on their website. Whenever they talk about how much they've achieved across all of their creators, all their VTubers, it's always just sub count, nothing else. They don't see you as individuals because they don't sell you as individuals. You're a package deal. You're a package deal that's designed to cater to their real customers, investors. Maybe executives, and that's about it. It's grim, and I do think that there may be some people who hear what I say and think that it is maybe excessively pessimistic, maybe excessively cynical, and again, I can understand why someone would come to that conclusion, but there are many things about Brave that trip off my sense of pattern recognition. And, well, when you attempt to proactively document and compile all of the various corporate collapses that have happened in this industry, I'm not going to say that pattern recognition is infallible, because it's not, but generally speaking, they do provide sufficient reason to be at least a little concerned about the trajectory of this company. And it certainly gives you enough of an inkling to be able to tell when a company doesn't really give too much of a shit about the people working under it. But, as with many other things, only time will tell. And Brave Group, it's running out of time. But in any case, yeah, thanks for tuning into this stream. I understand this is a bit of a niche topic. You know, reading a VTuber CEO's autobiography is a little bit of an interesting endeavor. Lots of you need a certain level of autism to be able to sit through all of that gobbledygook. But in my opinion, I think I found it to be worth it, and I hope you guys found it to be at least entertaining, if not at least a little informative as well. But yeah, next week, the stream that I've been pushing back for like a month now, which is the Niji investigations, independent investigations as a PR tactics stream. But then after that, what I'm thinking of doing, because I did say that I was going to do a miscellaneous stream about various things that are going on in the industry that might not warrant a stream entirely in and of themselves, but I think could be compiled into one broader thing. I think I might do that for the week afterwards, though I will probably end up I'll see. There is one more thing actually, hold on. Would you guys be interested in a stream basically going through a lot of the complaints that people have expressed about VTubing and about the space, but going through it not from the perspective of, oh, here's how you can overcome it, or oh, here's why it's not actually that much of a problem, or you know, oh, this is how you can ignore it, but from the angle of, here are the incentives that drive it, here is why those aspects of the industry exist. Things like, for example, people complaining that VTubing is toxic because everyone's a social ladder climber, and you know, it's really hard to find a genuine friend, backstabbing is very common, etc, etc, etc. Because I find that complaints like those, I think they are valid, but at the same time I do think that it would be worthwhile to sort of dissect the space and go through pointing out why they exist, right? Basically the incentives, a lesson in incentives, the stream, basically. Yes? Okay. Yes. Yes. Alright. I might make a Twitter post as well, maybe gathering more information. I know that there are a few VTubers who watch these streams. I'm very honored to have your viewership. But if you have any complaints of your own, or even complaints that you commonly see other people make about the space as a creator, if you pass them along to me, I might make a Twitter post trying to grab these as well. I think an exploration of the actual underlying factors in this industry that create those factors, those circumstances, those traits, I think that would be worthwhile. It might be another thing that's helpful to smaller/newer creators as well. Probably following the same tune of, if you join VTubing to make friends, you'll probably be disappointed, but if you join VTubing to make content, you'll probably be happy. Oh, Umbro, the stream. Friends are pretty easy to make. Not for everyone, not for everyone. Some people do have more trouble than others. And admittedly, paradoxically, it seems to get more difficult the bigger you get as a creator, actually. The bigger your follower count, the more difficult it seems to be to make genuine friends in this industry. How would a Brave collapse impact the industry? It wouldn't. I don't think it would. For all of its size, I think Brave collapsing would be even more inconsequential than Vishojo. Because I don't think anyone holds it up as being this paragon of some sort of moral value in the industry. It's just well, venture capital tumor, pretty much, right? So, if Brave were to collapse, what I foresee happening is the companies that were succeeding under it will go off, do their own thing, possibly grow to an even greater degree of infamy now that they're no longer shackled by Brave. I'm basically talking about Vispo here. And on top of that, it's going to release a whole bunch of indies into the sphere who now have fresh reason to distrust corporations in general. Because I'll be honest, with Brave's acquisitions, there are so many VTubers that have gone from one corporate disaster or one corporate near disaster to another corporate near disaster, or I'm convinced in the case of Brave, it's I cannot see it ending well when it's the deficit in terms of its funding is fucking growing year on year despite all of its attempts at acceleration. Oh, Saul, welcome to the stream. I didn't know you were I didn't know you were lurking. VTubers where? Oh, actually, I wanted to tell you. Randomly got one of your old VODs recommended to me. The one where you were testing out various Steam demos, and one of those was Slingshot Warrior. Was it Slingshot Warrior or Slingshot Raider? I forget which one it was. But yeah, no, I downloaded the game because you showed it off on stream. It actually looked really fun. Yeah. No, if there are any VTubers who are watching this, if you have any complaints about the space, if you've heard your associates or your friends have complaints about the space, and you would be curious as to identifying whether there is an actual, reason for it besides just people being retarded or people being evil, that's welcome. It's fun even with the bean mouth, yeah. To be honest, I don't think I mind the bean mouth that much so long as they aren't speaking. I think half of the thing that makes it obnoxious is the incessant moving that happens when you see it being used in cartoons. So, if it's not in the form of a cartoon, I think it's a lot more bearable. But yeah. The equivalent of asking what would happen if Brave were to collapse is the same thing as asking what would happen if my tumor were to be cut out of my body. All of a sudden, a lot more resources to go around. Although, that being said, people who want corporate structure and corporate support from Brave, even if it is Brave giving it, I think it is going to be rough for them, which is, it's not going to be very fun. You can talk all day about theoretical benefits to the industry, but at the end of the day, if you're talking, on the individual scale, none of that matters. So some of the people who want the kind of structure that a corporation provides, it will suck for them a little bit because, yeah, again, it's Brave giving the support, but it's still some form of support, which for some creators is something that they would want anyways. But I do think that if Brave collapses, how do I say this? I understand that it's a bit of a cold comfort, but I think it will grant more visibility to other companies that maybe aren't run like fucking pyramid schemes. Which would probably be a better thing in the long run, even for people who want to be part of a corpo. Or even the people who end up coming out of Brave who still want to be part of a corpo. Because I don't know, I'll be honest, what I foresee with Brave's collapse, I don't think it's going to happen Vishojo style because, well, Vishojo, very special set of circumstances that fed into how rapid that implosion was. But I do think that Brave, its collapse is probably going to be that sort of, like a very sadistic killing of an octopus where you lop off each tentacle one by one before dealing the killing blow. I think the same thing's going to happen with Brave, where eventually its branches are going to end up running out of money one by one until it can only afford to keep the lights on for a few of the corporations that it currently has under its belt. One of them obviously being Vispo, assuming Vispo doesn't buy its own independence because, well, let's be honest, at a certain point when you have enough controversies or failures, which I do foresee more of happening with Brave and its various properties, I do foresee at some point in the future, perhaps it would be worth it for one of the companies underneath Brave to leave the umbrella. But again, this is just me spitballing. It's just random speculation, pretty much. But yeah, it's Brave Group is. It has always been tantamount to somebody waving their wallet around in order to pretend that they have achieved something. Brave Group is the insufferable trust fund kid who insists on riding motorbikes without a helmet, so to speak. Vispo buying itself out would be funny. Yeah, it would be quite funny. It would be quite funny. But I think that Vispo is honestly one of the few corporations under Brave which would probably benefit from doing that. But who knows? Maybe Brave is integral for the way that they handle merch, and without Brave, they would be in the hole for billions of yen. So who knows? Who knows? I don't have any of the inner workings of that relationship, so I wouldn't be able to tell for sure. But yeah. I think I might end the stream here actually, because it's been we've gotten to sauna time. Hold on, let me switch scenes while I look for somebody to raid. Oh, well, there we go. That's the one. One last question. How bad? Oh, okay. Actually, Master N, one thing in particular that I want to point out to you as well is I've noticed that when you're, say, in like Rima's Discord or whatever, in like Clop Record, you have a habit of when you see me or Rima popping up, you'll like instantly ask us about some sort of something that's going on in the industry. I think in the future you could probably afford to be a little less quick with your finger on the trigger, because chances are we are probably going to end up talking about it either the next stream that we have or a stream afterwards, right? And besides that, maybe just maybe try to chill a little bit with with the reason why I go through all these corporate controversies is not because I'm under any illusion that we can, you know, fix things, so to speak, but simply give people the option of doing things differently if they are aware and should they choose to do so. It's about giving people options, right? Sure, there is a little bit of understanding how stigma and shame works, but besides that, well, there's not too much point in forcing hands, and for that reason, yeah, I got told a bit of some of that. Yeah, so long as you're aware of it too, that's fine. But yeah, maybe in future when you're just chilling in the Clop Record and you see me there, because when I'm in Rima's Discord, I would prefer to be treated as just another Clopper, right? So maybe, you know, go with the flow in terms of what the others are talking about already, because otherwise it's a little, it feels a little forced, you know. It feels a little forced. Trust me, I do understand, as much as I wish we could change things. Yeah. Let me see who's live right now who I can raid. What are we called? I thought that was one of the look, I'll be honest, I just thought it was funny, so I just kept using it. Didn't it come second when Rima put up the poll? I swear it came second. I don't think Uruka has raids turned on. Tenma is streaming Silk Songs. I might send you guys over there. I'll tell you. Oh, also, the other thing that I was going to say. I have seen some people do this in the past, and for me, it hasn't been that big of a deal. But I don't want this to become a behavior that you guys become too used to, especially when I send you guys on raids to other people's streams. But the whole thing about not bringing up other streamers unless I bring them up first, or not bring up other streamers and what they're doing at the moment unless it's relevant to what I'm talking about, I do want to discourage you guys from, you know, doing that, mostly because, well, it's not that big of a deal for me. I had a clip pop up on my recommended the other day of Lena kind of expressing displeasure when a member of the Swarm popped into her stream to announce that one of Neuro, I think a Neuro cover or something dropped, something along those lines. And it just sort of reminded me that if I'm too loose with that and I never bring it up, I don't want to sort of normalize that so that when you go into other people's chats, you end up doing that without thinking. So, yeah. We use it in Kitsune's. Look, personally, I think Kitsune's is a bit long to say.
I much prefer cloppers. It's just funnier to say. That's a taboo rule, right? Yeah. It's not that big of a deal, but it's just something that I wanted to bring up. A lot of YouTubers have the same rules. They bring up someone unless they bring up first. Yeah. I voted for Cavalry. I'm sorry for your loss, Sumanite. Cloppers and Kitsunes are just too powerful. The options were just too good. Alright. Hold on. Let me... Alright. I've locked in the stream. I'll be sending you guys off to watch Tenma tear up Silk Song. Behave in a chat. I want seamless integration. No bricks being thrown. And, yeah. Hope you guys enjoy your time over there. Thank you for tuning in to this stream, and I'll be announcing next week's stream either tomorrow or the day after. Otsu chair. Otsu chair.